Good morning from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. This is your Advancers Round for the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. Presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I'm $2 Phil Brylo, bringing you through the day today. We're going to crown our champion at the end of our stepladder. That's scheduled to start at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Our players here in the Advancers Round have about 5 minutes of practice remaining. We'll get our players introduced. We'll let you know the scores that were shot last night. And who knows, maybe we'll even see Tom Adcock do another crane kick. Practice be wrapping up shortly, and we'll be underway here from Almar Lanes. See the pair of lanes everybody's shooting for. Later on today, lanes 9 and 10 will be our stepladder pair finals of the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Good morning, everyone. I'm $2 Phil Brylo, taking you through the day today here in Bowling Green. Advances round. Everyone's 8-game pinfalls carry over from yesterday. Our top 29 qualifiers across 3 rounds of qualifying on the lanes this morning. And even our players in 28th and 29th with as tightly bunched as the field is in the middle. still have a chance in their 4 games of advancers round to make their way into the round of 16 and beyond. The big question is, will anybody catch John Rakoski? Incredible scoring pace for John last night. Has a big lead on the field. Can he keep it all the way through the step ladder? Only way to find out. Get some bowling going. Time for some announcements from Bobby Jekyll, and we will be underway here in Bowling Green.
Practice, please. Cycle is considered the first one cycle spectators advance as a reminder. Please turn off those cell phones, place them on silent mode. No flash photography, no flash video, no screaming. Signing autographs, the bowlers are greatly appreciated. We are entering the semifinals. 8 games down, 4 more to go. After these 12 games, we're going to cut to the top 16, advancing into the next round. I'll be doing updates online. You'll be able to follow along to see who's in contention to make the next cut. Bowlers or heroes come up, and you will pull rack of pins. You may begin your 4 games of semifinal action. The 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open presented by UE Squared. Chris Lindquist, Progressive, Gerdeman Insurance Agency.
Thank you, Bobby Jekyll. And Bobby, congratulations on 20 years with the PBA as their central regional manager. As of today, our regional managers with the PBA, some of the hardest working men in the sport of bowling. And after almost an 18-hour day this morning, or yesterday, I should say, almost an 18-hour day yesterday, Bobby back here first thing this morning, making sure this advances round is ready to rock and roll. Fresh application of the 39-foot Mike Albee pattern on the lanes for our players. Let's introduce you to our 29 bowlers and the scores they threw yesterday on the lanes. The lanes 1 and 2. John Rakoski is your bowler A. John, plus 329 yesterday. Out-averaged the field by 10 pins a game. Don Hoag's your double A. Hoag in second at plus 250. Steve Kenyon third. He's your B on 1 and 2. Plus 244. Tom Adcock, author of a perfect game last night, to help him get the plus 226. Adcock, your double B on 1 and 2. Over on 3 and 4, Joe Fulner at plus 223 is your A. Tom Doherty, your double A at plus 222. Dan Higgins, your B at plus 213. Mika Koivuniemen at plus 197 is your double B. Rakoski, Doherty, and Koivuniemen, also all winners yesterday of the Almar Lanes Rib Dinner Award, as they were the only 3 players out of 89 that attempted qualifying yesterday to have all 8 of their games at a 200 score or better. And Bill and Yogi Wamas with the great rib dinner special they have here on Friday nights. They wanted to treat the bowlers a little bit more. They provided lunch for the bowlers yesterday between A and B squad, provided dinner for the bowlers between B and C squad yesterday. And a little extra bonus. You throw a chance for free food in front of PBA50 players, they know it's there. We had a couple players come up to Bill and last night when they were done and they had just missed, and they talked to Bill about it. They were disappointed. I remember watching John Brockway come up and talking to Bill. He goes, "Man, I was so close. I had 1 game. That was under." You know, one other thing to think about is, if you're going to throw every game over 200, you're probably going to be in the top 10 overall in qualifying. So, another little bit of incentive for everyone. Good morning to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us bright and early on a Friday. we'll be working our way through crowning a champion. Their step ladder starting at about 4 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern time. Only 16 players will advance out of this round. After bowling 4 games, having that total added on to their 8-game total from yesterday. And 16 bowlers will move on. They'll bowl 3 more games in the round of 16. Pile those totals on to make a 15-game total. We'll take the top 8 out of that round for 2 additional games. And after 17-game totals are established, our top 4 bowlers will be seeded by their totals into the stepladder finals. Of course, all pinfall drops in the stepladder. Single game matches to determine our champion here for the 29th edition of this great event at Almar Lanes. Well, that's something Koski didn't see too often on his scoreboard yesterday, and that is the open frame. You know, barring the miracle here on the 710, and he misses. Average 244. Yeah, there's not a lot of holes in the score sheet. Let's get over to our lanes 5 through 8. At lanes 5 and 6. Ron Hurt is your bowler A. Hurt comes in the day at plus 184. John Dudek, your bowler double A. Plus 178 for Dudek. Michael Zarnik, your bowler B. Plus 173. Anthony Ivanovich. Plus 164, your bowler double B. Those are your players in 5 and 6. Over to 7 and 8. John Conroy is your bowler A. Plus 163, the entering total. Eddie Graham, your double A, plus 159. Late surge by Graham. Got him into the top 16. Corey Rockdashell held on for dear life last night towards the end of the block. Stay at plus 157. He's your bowler B. John Brockway, solid block last night. Brockway. The man with the target on his back right now. He's number 16 coming in at plus 148. As only 16 will advance out of this round. Remember, all your pair feeds available on the PBA YouTube channel. So as we make our way across the house here in the main feed, you'll have your chance to watch your favorite player all the way through this advancers round. I see a question in the chat. Will I be in Nashville later this year for the PBA50? Don't have it scheduled, but hey, I'm always willing to travel if the host center wants to get a hold of me. Do it on Facebook, either with my personal page, Phil Brylo, or the $2 Phil page, and we can work together and work on getting the rights from Bowl TV. I want to thank them again for letting 10 on the Deck Productions have the rights to this event, and want to thank the PBA for co-producing with us and letting us stream this event to their YouTube channel. So, yeah, we can work it out. There's some logistics and some finances that need to be worked on, but as you can tell from the coverage yesterday, coverage today, I mean, this is our 4th year here at Almar Lanes out of the last 5. And the only reason we weren't here for the 5th one is it conflicted with the LBC National Championships in 2024. Yeah, we didn't do a great job. I don't think Bill and Yogi would have us back. And once again, thanks to them for footing the bill so I could fill up the Yugo, attach the trailer, pitch a 10 outside the back door here at Almar Lanes, and get the streaming going for everyone yesterday and today. I keep wanting to say weekend. It's so hard when you're at a regional to get away from saying weekend with this being a Thursday, Friday event, so it fit in between the PBA50 World Series of Bowling and the Akron Classic that's coming up, starting with practice tomorrow for these PBA50 players that are making the trip to Akron. And then competition Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, use Facebook Messenger, just get a hold of me or have the center get a hold of me, and we can start the conversation there and work our way around. Sorry, just not throwing out my cell phone number on a YouTube channel. So bad things happen. Linda, I'm hoping for Minster. I'm hoping for Coldwater. We're still working on a couple of things. And that's another couple of events we've streamed the last 2-3 years, depending on the event. And this will be our 3rd year in Minster and our 4th in Coldwater. So hoping we get to do those in a couple of weeks. Just keep an eye on the $2 fill, 10 of the Deck Productions page, because once we get all the logistics done with Bull TV and with the PBA, that's where I'll make the announcements on where I'll be streaming. And if you haven't already subscribed to Bull TV, now's a good time to give a 1-month trial. Give it a try for a month. If you don't like it, end it after the month. I mean, you got 4 great PBA Tour national events, including 2 majors. You've got the PBA, PWBA Storm Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles happening July 31st and August 1st and 2nd. And Junior Gold coming up. You'll have all kinds of coverage coming to you from Junior Gold. Oh, Linda, you know I'll always take the chocolate. Mustard, yeah, let's go with, I think I'm a little low. If I remember looking, last time when I had brats last week, the mustard was getting a hair bit low. So I appreciate that. Let's get over to lanes 9 through 12. Introduce our players here. Brad Angelo is your bowler A. He is your defending champion. He's pretty familiar with the 9 and 10 here, as he's won 3 times in the last 6 years. Brad Angelo comes into the day at plus 146. Ryan Schaefer, your double A, plus 140. Chris Warren, your B, plus 138. Todd Chell, your double B, at plus 137. Next door on 11 and 12, Tim Bell is your A, plus 134. Warren Eels, your double A, plus 130. And the man that finished second here last year to Angelo, Michael Clark Jr., at plus 126, is your B. 29 players in the field, so we have 5 pairs of 4 and 4 pairs with 3 bowlers on it this morning. This is the part of the event where a bowler really needs to get hot early if they want to have any chance to get into the step ladder later on if you're in this part of the field. I mean, you're not far out of 16th place right now. If you're Michael Clark Jr., you're only 22 pins out. If I was Clark Jr., he's 100 pins out of a step ladder spot. And even with the 9 games today, you still got to make up 10 pins in a bowler. It's thrown it pretty well so far in the event. Never easy. So, yeah, you want to make sure you get yourself a hot start. Just keep grinding away, getting to the top 16, get into the top 8 and give yourself a chance to crawl out of the bottom third of the field and get your way into the stepladder with a chance to win. $5,000 on top to our winner today here in Bowling Green. And they wouldn't be able to put that prize fund up for the bowlers and have a great event without wonderful sponsors like you see rolling across the bottom of your screen right now, especially a triple platinum sponsor with UE2 and the Lindquist family. Not only were the 29 bowlers in the main part of the field going to cash, and they're going to cash for at least a minimum of $700, which is phenomenal for a 2-day regional. There are also 5 players that were PBA60 outside the cut number that earned a $500 check with Craig Auerbach, Gary Allstott, Billy Froberg, Bo Gergen, and Chuck Lupica. And then 2 super duper seniors, 2 bowlers 70 and older that earned a $500 check. They were outside the main field with Dale Schuda and Ron Reitzel, also earning a $500 check. And that would not be possible without all the great sponsors you just saw roll across your screen. Thanks to all of them. Thanks also to all of our silver and bronze sponsors as well. We'll mention them a little later in the day. But let's get over to our final pairings on lanes 13 through 16. On 13 and 14, Kevin Gran is your bowler A. Gran comes in at plus 115. Mike Diaz, your bowler double A, at plus 108. Tom Hess, your bowler B, at plus 107. Hess having a nice run right now. That pair kind of ate Tom up yesterday. It owes him a little something. And Tom with a spare and the next 6 as Tom tries to make the charge back into the top 16. Next door, your final 3 bowlers, Jerry Rich, your bowler A at plus 99. Bill Watson, your bowler double A, plus 95. And John Verbich, who did not have the best of games, game 8, needed the double in the 10th frame with good count to advance to today. And he did the job. Got himself in as the last player in the field at plus 91, just 3 pins ahead of Jim Beaverson. Just 5 pins ahead of Michael Haggett and Randy Weiss. And 10 pins ahead of Brian Schmidt. So, yeah, definite tight numbers at the cut line. And as we said, these bowlers, they have enough time with 9 games. If they can keep themselves going round and round and round, they can, even a Tom Hess, a John Verbich, a Jerry Rich, they can get their way into a stepladder position later today. So Hess with the cover, still with a chance for 267. We'll take a peek in on Chris Warren in a moment, too, because Chris Warren has a chance to get to 290 in this opening game. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Don't try to stand against the might of Tom Hess, silly little 8-pin. Just fall down, accept your fate. There you see Warren's spare 6-bagger entering the 8th frame. Trying to control the lane while this 39-foot Albee pattern's fresh, and not enough control there for Warren. You see nobody's fault but his there. Kiss 0852. Yeah, it's let's talk. It's just a matter of availability if it doesn't conflict with some other things. Phyllis, good to see you. Hopefully you're not too fried out in Vegas right now. You guys are getting the hottest temps of the year. And I guess they're throwing a little humidity at you on top of it. That's never fun. Yeah, shout out to Tom and Linda Carter. Tom and Linda not here for this event this year. They'll be making their way to Akron. Of course, it was a home game for them for the PBA50 World Series. So I know Tom was a little torn about missing this event, but hey, get the wheels back under him. He's got 4 more PBA50 National Tour stops to bowl. While I was chatting, how about that conversion by Chris Warren on that 3-4-6? Phyllis, what's for breakfast? It's breakfast bowling for you out in Vegas. I know yesterday for Warren Burr it was a breakfast burrito with sausage. So what we're going to do for you, if you want to check all the scores from yesterday, I'm going to put the link to the live standings, pin it to your chat for you right there. And so you'll be able to check yourself after every game. Don't forget, if you click on the bowler's name, it will open up another line that shows all the bowlers' individual scores from their tournament efforts. And Angelo, well, goes to the well. That doesn't happen too often. You see the puzzlement for Brad right there, but he still has a chance for an opening 234. Schaefer gets to get to 258, so we are definitely going to see some jumbling of the standings. Let's get over to Hess, as Hess is trying to put 267 on the board and start making his way back towards the top 16. You see how direct these players are approaching This 39-foot Albee pattern early, you see the messenger go down for Hess. So in the 250s for sure, we're keeping the ball on the lane. Still with that chance for 267. So we're going to do a little early housekeeping here. We got you all set up for your live scoring updates with the standings. Your bowlers are going to be moving pairs thanks to you double tabbing, keeping us on here in the main feed. And then following your favorite players, selecting one of the links in the description below your landing page, on the landing page for your face or your YouTube video. Skipping a pair, landing on the second. So the bowlers you see here on 13 and 14, they're going to make their way down to 1 and 2. 15 and 16 goes to 3 and 4. Skip a pair, land on the second for those of you double tabbing. We miss you too, Phyllis. Sometime again, we'll get back out to Vegas for something. I don't know what, I don't know when, but we'll definitely get back out there. So after player movement, we'll give you an update after 9 games in total. This is the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. The battle for the $5,000 on top rolls on here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. Thanks, everyone, for joining us this morning here on the PBA YouTube channel. All right, let's get you underway in game 2 down on the high end of the house, 13 through 16. Angelo Schaefer, Warren Chell, your AAA, BBB, respectively, on 13 and 14. Bell, Eels, and Clark Jr., only 3 on that pair, your AAA and B, respectively, on 15 and 16. We'll get you 9-game scoring updates shortly, and we'll fill you in on what's going on with the rest of the PBA 50 National Tour schedule as players will be heading to historic AMF Riviera Lanes in Fairlawn, Ohio, coming up after we conclude here in Bowling Green today. Big story today. Is anybody going to have a chance to pick up pins on John Rakoski, knock him out of the 1 spot? Another solid start by John. Pocket 710. Second frame and responded with a big string of strikes. Once again, your live standings, once they're updated for the 9th game, you'll see those through that link pinned in your chat. I'm $2 Phil Bryla. Thanks, everybody, for joining us again today here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. We conclude today. Tomorrow, these players will make a drive about an hour and a half to the northeast and make their way to AMF Riviera Lanes in Fairlawn, Ohio for the PBA50 Akron Classic. Practice tomorrow. Qualifying Sunday, Monday. Advancers, then the match play bracket and the step ladder Tuesday. And a couple days off, some bowlers may choose to bowl the one-day regional at Redmond Recreation in Lorain, Ohio. The Baldo Campana Dave DeAntremont Memorial. Thanks to Ohio Lottery for being a big sponsor on that event. And then everyone will gather at Bowl America Woodbridge in Woodbridge, Virginia for the Bud Moore PBA50 Players Championship. 3 days of qualifying, 2 days of match play, and then on July 22nd in the evening, our top 5, after match play is completed, will gather at Bud Moore Lanes inside of the Bill Moore Estate in Virginia. You talk about one finals that every PBA 50 Tour player wants to make. Such a unique environment at Bud Moore Lanes. And Bill Moore, a great supporter of the sport of bowling, graciously offering up those lanes. And he does a lot of hosting and hospitality that week as well. Gotten to meet Bill a couple times. Nothing but a gracious human being. Couple days off, couple regionals in between, but the PBA 50 Norfolk Classic, our final standard event of the year, the PBA 50 Tour. Practice on the 27th, qualifying 28th and 29th, and your advancers, then your match play bracket, and your stepladder on July 30th from AMF Norfolk Lanes in Norfolk, Virginia. And a short jump back to the west. August 5th through 8th, the Johnny Petraglia BVL PBA 50 Tournament of Champions wrap up the season with a major finals for that event with John Janowitz as your defending champion on August 8th. Those 4 remaining Bowl TV streamed events for the PBA 50 National Tour. If you're a PBA 50 fan, you have not a subscriber for Bowl TV already, give it a try. Get a 1-month subscription. 4 PBA Tour events. The PBA, PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles. And some great action from Junior Gold, all viewable in the next month if you subscribe to Bowl TV. Give them a try if you haven't already. They'll get you coverage similar to what we have here. They'll cover most, if not all, the pairs at an event. Definitely get you a lot of coverage during the match play rounds and coverage of the step ladders. So you're standing through 9 games is on the link for your live standings. John Rakowski just keeps pulling away from the field. 256 opening game today. Imagine if that 710 fell for him in the second frame. Yikes. Plus 385 for Rakowski. Doherty up in the second, plus 258. Higgins up in the third, plus 257. Fulner fourth, plus 254. Adcock fifth, plus 237. Hogue in sixth, plus 236. I mean, just 22 pins separates second and sixth right now, so those standings are going to bounce around quite a bit. Kenyon and Koivuniemen, Hurt, and Dudek round out your top 10. The number right now, number 16, is Kevin Gran at plus 170. Big opening game for Gran. 255 gets him to that plus 170. We had the big opening game by Hess. 267 gets him in the number at 15th position, 174 over. Chris Warren with a big game as well, 246 with that big 3-4-6 conversion in the 8th frame. Gets Warren to plus 184. Players just outside the number right now. Todd Chell outside by 9 pins. Brett Angelo, your defending champion, behind by 11. Same for Zarnik. Jovanovic up by 18. Rakhtashel up by 22. Rakhtashel with an open frame in the 10th, whiffed on a single pin to drop him out of the top 16 for the moment. Let's check you in with a couple of our leaders as Angelo starts his game with a double, trying to get back in the top 16. There you see Dan Higgins Jr. Higgins, boy, he could have been close to Rakoski. If it wasn't for lanes 13 and 14 last night, he goes, I just had air on it. I had one lane that hooked, I had one lane that did it. Everything I did to try to fix it was wrong, and threw a 142 on that pair. He throws a 242 on that pair instead, and he's within 20 pins of Rakoski. Instead, he's about 130 back. Tom Adcock, the author of the only 300 game during qualifying yesterday. Didn't like the footwork. Can't argue with the result. As a double on the board for Adcock. Currently sitting in the number 5 spot. Don Hogue, he came out of the gates hot last night and stayed pretty steady the back half of the round to get himself into a top 5 position. A little late to the pocket there, leaving a 2-pin. We're going to get back down to 15 and 16 after this toss by Doherty as Tim Bell's stepping up with a chance for the front 6. Nice toss there by the man who earned his meat last night. Tom Doherty, one of the 3 Almar Lane's Rib Dinner Award winners, every game over 200 during qualifying. And Bell trying to continue the charge up the standings. Has himself in 22nd. 194 opening game didn't help him much, but boy, you keep putting strikes on the board here, you can find yourself back in the top 16 pretty easily. So for today, on the elimination round streaming, we're going to just keep everything going all day long. So you'll have obviously a little intermission in the action as totals are verified and bowlers are reassigned lanes after this round into the round of 16, and then after the round of 16 into the round of 8. But you don't have to worry about finding new feeds on YouTube. Just keep your browser open. Wait for the sound of practice to start once again and come back to your screen of choice and watch some great PBA50 bowling all day long. No better way to spend your casual Friday or your Friday working from home, if you're lucky enough, than enjoying some PBA50 bowling for free here on PBA YouTube. Once again, got to thank Bill and Yogi Wames. They footed the bill to have me fill up the Yugo and attach the mini Airstream to the back, jam all the equipment in it. I got so much equipment in the Airstream that I got to sleep in a tent outside the back door here at Almar Lanes, but they let the grass grow a little bit, nice and cushy under the sleeping bag. A little camping out. Okay, I'm not camping out, but you get the picture. Just fun to be able to bring this one-man show. Those of you that are just joining us for the first time, hearing the tones of $2 Phil. I'm a one-man show. I am 10 on the Deck Productions, so I'm your producer, director, cameraman, audio engineer. That didn't go well for a game last night. Now I know what I sound like if I was auto-tuned. I could have a singing career on auto-tune, I think. So Bell looking for the sexy 7th in a row to start his second game of this advancers round. There you go. No witnesses to the crime there. Don't even bother calling the Bowling Green police. They will never find that rack again. Great toss there by Bell. Check back in on Rakoski. You're going to see him stepping in on lane 5, looking for 3 in a row. Surrounds the 9, finally gets it to go down, and boy, you just see the exuberance of celebration there for Rakoski on the way back. Oh, Linda, I appreciate that. I'll tell you what, though, when I'm doing the grunt work, taping out all the electric cables, Ethernet cables, all that on the day before a tournament, I could use other people. But yeah, glad to be, like I said, it's nice that Bowl TV and the USB-C, release the rights to live stream. They have all the rights to any PBA event, whether it's a regional like this, whether it's a PBA junior event, all the way up through the national tours prior to any television. And Chase Kaufman and the crew at Bowl TV, nice enough to let us have the events at the regional level that they might not be streaming. Of course, they're the big sponsor of the RPI, so you're going to see all the RPI qualifiers September, October, November from the 7 PBA regions on Bowl TV. Linda, no worries. I get my exercise that way. And then, of course, this is the first time we've streamed here from Bowling Green on PBA YouTube. Past years we've streamed on 10 on the Decks hosting outlets. But thanks to Jeff Goodrich, Nate Haggerty at the PBA, hey, we get a lot wider audience. I only got about a few thousand subscribers on my 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. PBA's got 300,000. I think we get ourselves a little wider audience that way. And more than happy to work in conjunction with the PBA. This is a co-produced event with the PBA and 10 on the Deck Productions. All right, let's see what Tim Bell can do here. As Rakoski keeps striking. Keeping everybody in his rearview mirror. Will we see an exciting 8th in a row from Bell? Yes, we will. And boy, we talked about yesterday with Mickey Hyam. Gentleman, he's been here for about 20 years, former PBA tour player back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and former manager of the pro shop here inside of Almar Lanes. And Mickey said just 15 and 16 hook a little bit more in the middle of the house. 1 and 2 definitely hook a bit more than the rest of the house. But if you have that local knowledge, or you gain it during practice or from talking to other players, and make adjustments correctly, like we've seen with Tim Bell here, I mean, Usually players are pretty happy if they get off these two pairs with 220, 220. Heck, yesterday we saw Tom Hess get off those two pairs with plus 100. Here's a chance for Tim Bell to get plus 100 just on 15 and 16. And the big move for the players after game 2, for those of you double tabbing, basically they're going to skip half the house. So the people you see here on 15 and 16, they'll go to 7 and 8. 13 and 14 goes to 5 and 6. So skip 3 pairs, land on the 4th. So that'll be the biggest move for the bowlers in this 4-game block. In the final game, the bowlers will actually skip pairs left. So they really bounce around. During this round. Tim Bell coming up shortly, lane 16, for the nifty 9th in a row. Bell's high game yesterday during qualifying, 245 to wrap things up, get himself into the top 29. Offset the 167 he threw the prior game. And the 6 laps to 10, and we have our second chance of perfection this event coming from Tim Bell. We'll stay here for his 10th frame. Tell your friends, call your family. I want to see somebody polish off perfection. They'll have their chance here on PBA YouTube. Well, before Bell takes to the lanes in the 10th frame, let's check in on our top 2 right now. There you see him standing at the ball return and on the approach respectively. Second place, Tom Doherty. Man in the lead, John Rakoski. Rakoski trying to bounce back from a single pin spare, does so successfully, looking to put 269 on the board here in game 2. 259 the max to Doherty as that gets the 5-pin going left, going right, and finally going down. And we're here at Elmar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio, with PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open, presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Tim Bell trying to get back into the top 16 here in advancers round, game 2 on the front 9, looking for 10 in a row. Come on, 9-pin, are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? Dead flush in the pocket, and on this 39-foot Mike Albee pattern, a little extra back end, gets that ball to slice through past the 9. Nothing else touches it. That leaves Tom Adcock as our only author of a perfect game so far here in Bowling Green. But this will definitely get Bell back into the top 16. And with that spare, has a chance for 279. Let's get back to our bowlers that started in the top 8 this morning. Rakoski, your A, Hogue, your double A, Kenyon, your B, Adcock, your double B on 5 and 6, 7 and 8, Fulner, your A, Tom Doherty, your double A, Dan Higgins Jr., your B, Mika Koivuniemen, your double B on 7 and 8. We'll stay here for the remainder of game 2. However, you do have all pairs in play available to you on the PBA YouTube channel. If you're a Tom Hess fan, he's down on lanes 1 and 2 right now. You can select that feed. Just look at the pair feeds in the description underneath the video you're watching right now on YouTube. As long as you're not watching full screen. If you're watching full screen, you gotta get out of that for a second. And then right-click on those pair feeds, because then you can keep us on here in the main feed. We'll give you score updates. We'll follow hot hands like we just did with Tim Bell. And general goings on. We'll have a little talk again. Mickey Ham will be here during the round of 16, round of 8. We'll ask him a little history on the PBA from his time out there on the tour, the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And maybe even ask a couple extra questions or two. Always good to have Mickey joining us when we're here in Bowling Green. Take a peek in here after the spare attempt by Hogue picks it up. Take a peek in at Eddie Graham at 11 and 12. Graham, late flurry last night to get into this advancers round. 226 to open up today to get into the top 12. 12th position, and now throwing a big game here in game 2. Possible 267 for Graham after that first frame open. Koski, that's something that hasn't happened much all event long, shooting in a multiple pin spare. Does it again. The only 2 spares this game, with multiple counts, both 3-6-10s. So Brad Angelo, defending champion here, winner 3 of the last 6 events in Bowling Green. Currently sitting at 18th after the opening game today. And we're going to get down to Angelo. He's going to be up on 13 and 14. And he has a chance to put 259 on the board, work his way back towards defending his title. Opening game for Brad in the advances round, 213. He currently sits 11 pins outside the number. Kevin Grand at plus 170 is at its 16th. Angelo's going to take one of his 2 allowed re-racks. Each game of competition, doesn't matter if it's qualifying, match play, television, live stream finals. You get 2 a game before you would need permission from tournament management to perform further. And it would have to be real bad for that 3rd re-rack to be given. There you see Angelo. Boy, just point A to point B right now. Maybe 7 boards overall motion. And stuff in the pocket, 10 back.
What's that?
Yeah, Jerry Johnson, I just mentioned it before. Just take a look at the description below the video. When you land on the main feed page, open up that description a little bit. You'll see all the links. Or actually, when you get to the PBA YouTube channel, go to the live tab and you'll see all the feeds available to you. So you can watch whoever you like as they cross their way around the house with the ambient audio. Keep the main feed open, though, in another tab, so that way we can give you score updates. That way we can follow hot hands like we're doing with Angelo. Eddie Graham now stepping up. He's looking for that big finish, and that one not great at all. Lucky to leave just the 6-pin. But still a possible 246 with the spare and all 10 on the fill. Just got rid of a comment in the chat section. First of all, Cam Crow's not old enough to be at a PBA50 event. Second of all, just be a decent human being. It's not that much to ask. So I always like the first rule of Bayside Bowl, the first rule of Bowl Portland. D-bad. If you know what D-bad is, then you're a good human being. I saw a mug the other day, had the same thing. It said Jesus 101. D-bad. So we'll finish here with our leaders coming into the block. As we said, your lane movement, they're moving half the house. The bowlers you see here on lanes 5 and 6, they're moving to 13 and 14. 7 and 8 move to 15 and 16. So you may have to do a little work if you're double tabbing, tracking your favorite player to find them. But, yeah, half the house. You'll find them. I'm $2 Phil Brilo. Glad to be co-producing as 10 on the Deck Productions with the PBA. Stream to their YouTube channel. This great PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. We're going to crown our 29th champion. 29 straight years this event has been held at Almar Lanes. That stepladder to crown our champion starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Time today.
I liked it out of my hand. I liked it out of my hand. I liked it when I let it go. Maybe it was a little tentative, but no.
All right, let's get you with our top 8 coming into this round, 13, 14, 15, 16. It'll be Rakoski, your A, Don Hogue, your double A, Kenyon, your B, Adcock, your double B on 13 and 14. Then on 15 and 16, Fulner, your A. Doherty, your double A. Higgins Jr., your B. And Mika Koivanemi, your double B. As it will be underway shortly. 2 games down, 2 to go in this round. We'll get you your 10-game scoring update when it comes across the wire. Bobby Jekyll, Nina Ashbury, getting those scores gathered for everybody. And once again, congratulations, Bobby Jekyll, for your 20th anniversary today with the PBA as the Central Region Manager. Congrats, Bobby. Thanks for all the hard work over the years. Tom Doherty, number 2 on the PBA 50 Tour points list, trailing only Tom Hess, getting into the last 4 events of the year. This event, being at the regional level, will not count for any points at the national level, but $5,000, earning some points in the Central region, and possibly being that region's Player of the Year for the PBA 50. Something all these bowlers in the field are shooting for. A lot of these players could make the trip back to Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, which is the central region for the PBA, to bowl some additional events once the PBA 50 Tour season's done. And then you got some grinders on the regional level that are bowling today. Corey Rockdashell, Mike Clark Jr., Eddie Graham. They don't hit too many of the national tour events, but they hit as many of the regional events as they can. And you just never know if there's a PBA regional near you. You can check that out. At PBA.com, they got a full list of most of the regionals that are in play for the rest of 2026. Show you how to get there on the PBA page. There you go. There's PBA.com. Look at that bright smiling face of one Mr. Larry Verbal. Took down the PBA 60 World Championship in Columbus on Wednesday night. You can see the tabs across the top where I got the Tour tab highlighted here. You end up going down 4 spots to PBA Regional Tour. And there you go. There you see the landing page of the PBA Regional Tour. And it has all the domestic regions plus 3 international regions, Japan, Sweden, and China. And they are adding more international regions as well. Great work by Commissioner Tom Clark to expand the footprint of the PBA worldwide. And then as you continue to scroll down there, you see this event with the Gary Schluchter Memorial. This weekend, a couple events going on. One of the longest running events in Vancouver, Washington at Houston's Hazel Dell Lanes. Yulee Bowling Center in Florida. Oh, the PBA back at South Plains Lanes in Lubbock, Texas. Always enjoyed the time we spent there back in the Extra Frame days. And they hosted some wonderful events. And a one-day regional in St. Charles for the Midwest region for the Kids Tour, as the older gentleman here like to say. But the Ohio Lottery tournament at Redmond Recreation coming up after the Akron Classic. And then out in the East Coast, they'll have a couple events for the PBA50 guys between some of the events. They can go to Asheville, North Carolina. So all that available to you. Find out when the PBA Regional Tour is going to be near you at PBA.com. Your live standings link pinned to your chat. Here is your 10-game scoring update. Here's the surprise. Water is wet. The sky is blue, and John Rakoski still in the lead, now by 124 pins over Joe Fulner. Rakoski plus 423, Fulner plus 299, Doherty plus 284, Higgins Jr. plus 263. Adcock, Koivuniemen, Schaefer, Graham, Kenyon, and Hurt round out your top 10. Right now, the man with the target on his back, and we'll take a peek on him momentarily. Tom Hess is your number, plus 190. Tim Bell with that big 279 game goes from outside the top 16 into 15th place at plus 206, and there's a lot of people on Hess's tail. Zarnik 10 back, Dudek 18 back, Brockway 21 back, Chell 23 back, Rock to Shell 32 back, Jovanovic 38 back. So 2 games ago, even bowlers like Michael Clark Jr., Kevin Gran, and the man who came into this round in 29th, John Burbage. Burbage, sure, he's 59 out right now, but you pop a big game. We just saw the big move that Tim Bell made. Anybody outside the top 16 can do that. Try to make their way to advance. There you see Tom Hess getting ready to step up on lane 9. Let's take an extra look, since this is our championship pair. And how Hess is playing this Mike Albee pattern. No re-oils until the step ladder, so the bowlers will continue to bowl on the remnants until the step ladder is reached. How about that? Trip the 4, running out Tom Hess. And an early double after a first frame spare. Tom's fired up. Tom came by the booth yesterday and just basically said, boy, do I suck. Yeah, it must be nice to suck and still make a cut. There'd be a lot of bowlers out there that would enjoy sucking and making a cut. I'll fight you for that water. Tom Bass walking by. They have water for the bowlers. It's great. I mean, Bill and Yogi treat the bowlers first class here. They have complimentary bottles of water for the bowlers on either end of the house by lanes 1, lane 16. And I was grabbing a bottle by lane 16 yesterday, and Tom Hess is bowling on that pair, and he turns around and he goes, I will fight you for that bottle of water. I said, I'll take my chances. He got up, and he's an imposing presence. If you've ever seen Tom in person, he is an imposing presence. He's a genuine gentleman, but yeah, we got a good laugh out of that. He came over, and I just reached out and shook his hand and chuckled about it. So, yeah, never mistake a bowler's personality on the lanes for how they are off the lanes. It doesn't matter if it's a regional guy bowling his first event, or it doesn't matter if it's PDW. PDW is not the man off the lanes that you see on the lanes. And bowlers like Tom, they do a lot for people. And they don't ask to be recognized for it. They don't ask for the accolades and everything. They just go and do it. Pete's the same way. I've seen Pete do some great things for Young fans, old fans, yeah. Never confuse the on-lane personality with the off-lane personality. Where's Barnesy? Not sure. He was on the roster, dropped off, so I'm not sure if he just decided to get a couple extra days of R&R at home. He could be doing something up at Junior Gold as well. A lot of pre-kickoff events, ball demo days, that type of thing. So 900 Global and Storm Products might have Barnesy up in Minneapolis right now. I don't follow his social calendar, but yeah, no Chris Barnes at this event, but he's definitely on the roster for the Akron Classic starting with practice tomorrow. They had a Beef and Bartsy episode from home a couple of days ago, so. And Doherty make it 4 in a row after the first frame spare. Let's get back down to our top 8 from qualifying. Great start for Doherty. Higgins now looking for the front 5. Steve Kenyon dropped back a little bit, sitting in 9th overall. Was 223, but 173, 206, not the start Kenyon's looking for. And can't get past the double now, as Higgins now front 5. Adcock currently 5th. Hogue drops down to 11th on 13 and 14. And of course, Rakowski just daring everybody to try to play catch up with him. Great toss there by Fulner, currently in 2nd. Put a 5-bagger up after an opening frame spare. Doherty 3rd. Mika 6th on that pair. And of course, Higgins in 4th, but Higgins on the front 5. We'll get back down to Hess when he steps up in the 6th frame, as Hess currently on a 4-bagger after his opening spare. Found out he was on the number, and he's trying to make sure he's not in that position after this game. And the string ends for Higgins at 5. Creeps a bit high. I haven't seen a lot of 4-9s with the ball motion the players are using this week. I've seen a lot of 2-10s. Usually when you see 2-10s, you usually see 4-9s in the high flush. But we've seen a lot of 9s go down late. As Koivu gets them all to fall. Koski doubles after a rare open frame in the third. See if Hess can keep the string going out to a full handful. Not enough of a handful there for Tom. Comes up a little light. 248. Ooh, just enough of the 8-pin to take it down. Keep the score sheet clean for Hess. Kenyon, how about that on the 210? Got to do something to right the ship. He's fallen down the standings a bit in the first 2 games, sitting currently in 9th. And Higgins gets right back to striking. So your player movement, they're getting done pretty fast here in 15 and 16. 15 and 16 is actually going to go back 2 pairs to the left. 11 and 12. So a little different movement. Players you see on 13 and 14 with Raskoski and company are going to go over to 9 and 10. So whatever bowler you're watching, if you're double tabbing us, if they're on 3 and 4, they're going to go to 15 and 16. 1 and 2 is going to go to 13 and 14. Everybody else is the 2 pairs to the left. If you'd tell people 15 and 16 was a little tougher pair than most of the house here at Almar Lanes, and they'd look up at the scoreboard, they'd look at me right now like I was nuts. I mean, the most number of spares on any of the score sheets up there right now is for for Doherty with 3. And he's got a 5-bagger to offset that. And now, can he get the 10 to go? Can't quite do it. Yeah, these guys are good, and they can make tough things look a little bit easier. Let's get back to Hess, man on the number right now, plus 190. And a 267 here would do a lot to keep him off that number for the rest of this block. What do you think, Tom? Oh, take that 10 out with authority. 10 pin had no chance against the might of one Tom Hess. Let's see what Higgins can do here to try to put 279 on the board, close the gap between himself and Rakoski. But it's hard to catch up to a guy that every time he has an open frame, he puts a 5-bagger up on the board like John's done this morning. John with another chance to do that right here. Higgins currently 160 pins back of Rakoski. And John just built up such an advantage late yesterday. Just kept throwing big games at the end of blocks when other players weren't able to do it. I mean, John's finish yesterday, 229, 279, 270. To get him that big advantage. I mean, plus 149 for the last 2 games. I don't think I saw a plus 100 out of any of the other players for the last 2. I maybe saw plus 80. So there you go. There's 60 pins of your advantage, plus the good bowling the rest of the day. Plus knowing you're going to be having a nice rib dinner tonight for keeping all your games over 200. John Raskoski did it. Tom Doherty did it. Mika Koivuniemen did it. It's like all our rib winners are in one spot right now. All the rib dinner winners right there. Right in front of us, Bill. See, they're all striking more because they're all thinking we got to get that rib dinner as quick as possible. They want their ribs. Doherty, how about it? There we go. So looking up a 247 on the board. You know, it's one thing about these advancers rounds. You get everybody that scored similar to you on your pair. You know exactly what you need to keep pace or get ahead. You also know what you need if you fall behind, like Steve Kenyon's done. Kenyon looking to step up here, trying to get to 227 for his game. Let's get over to Hess, though. Foundation frame. Wow. I don't want to say the 5-pin was there for a second, but the 5-pin was there for a second. Well, we know Tom has the ball speed. We know he has the aggression. Yikes, and now Eels with the thwart through the face. Right next to Hess. I think Tom's just going to try another piece of equipment. He's going to give up the pin and count. Or not. Maybe that is a... Not sure if that's his second ball or just polyester for spares. That's what it looks like. So let's see if he gives us a fire here. There you go, at the 7-pin. And the pit eats it. And the open frame for Hess and the foundation frame leaves him with a max. A 233. That ball hit was a bit unusual. Mentioned Verbic, star of the man, 29th position for this round. He's moved up a couple of spots, but he's only 59 out, but carry like that's not going to help him. Let's get over to Hogue. As Hogue trying to get back to 209. Hogue currently in 11th. He's been in a bit of free fall this morning. 186, 186 for his first 2 games of this block. Fulner 256 might keep him in second. Yeah, it'll keep him in second. Higgins. Yeah, Higgins 36 back, so Higgins can get to 279. How about that for Doherty? Doherty's going to shoot 246 and be low on the pair. Wow. On a pair that can be kind of rough on people. Just goes to show the talent these players have at this level. My goodness. And it's fun to watch. Chris Galovitz, yeah, appreciate it. Dropping the thanks in there. Yeah, they are making 15 and 16 look easy, Matt Henry. They are making it look easy. And it is not. One thing Dan Higgins is happy about right now is that he's moving 2 pairs to the left and not 1. Higgins does not like 13 and 14, and that pair has not been nice to him. 142 on that pair yesterday, and I'm sure that gave him a little incentive to get on 15 and 16 and do some stomping. So Mika, 260 if he gets them all on the fill. 279 possible for Higgins. There you go. Take all 10 down. I think Mika's giving Tom the business right here. 240, 246 low guy in the pair.
A couple games before that. This ball was high flush, 9 out of 10 frames, and ranked 10 every shot.
Ball change and everybody, yeah. There you go for Mika, 260. And now Higgins 279. We'll get back over to Hess when he steps up in the 10th frame momentarily. See if Tom can come back off of that. Yeah, that was just a horrendous break. Ball hits so hard, it's you think you see a 5-7-10, and you go, oh, that ball hit terrible. But when the head pin comes off the sideboard at Mach 6, it freezes the 5 when the ball hits it. Yeah, that's a bad break that Hess had in the 9th frame. So Hogue says 2-teen, but he's going to need some work to stay in the top 16 going into the final game. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Murkowski going to be at 222 if he gets them all here. Remainder of the 10th. Hogue, yeah, he's going to fall out of the top 16. Without a conversion here, he'll be in the 170s. And Kenyon, if he has some bad luck in the 10th frame, Kenyon could be falling out as well. Kenyon led A squad yesterday. There's a bounce back for Hess. So once again, little unusual movement for your last game. The bowlers are actually skipping a pair to the left, landing on the second. So you're going to see Tom Hess, Kevin Grant, and Mike Diaz bump down to 5 and 6. Let's give you an extra look here over the shoulder of Hess on our championship pair. A little later today, 4 p.m. is your start time. How bad does Tom Hess want that shot in the 9th back? Yeah. So player movement, we'll get you your 11-game scoring update. Here from the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Our final game of this advancers round. We'll get to our top 16. There'll be a short break. All the feeds will remain live, as scores will be verified and bowlers reassigned the lanes. We'll be underway once again. All right, let's get you back to our bowlers that started the day in the top 8. Burkowski, your A, Hogue, your B, or pardon me, your double A for Hogue. Kenyon, your B, Adcock, your double B at 9 and 10, 11 and 12. Fulner, your A, Doherty, your double A, Higgins, your B. Koivu, your double B. We'll get you the 11-game scoring update as soon as that comes across the wire. So after this game, there'll be probably about a 20 to 25-minute break as scores are calculated, verified, and then bowlers are reassigned the lanes for our round of 16. We use all 16 lanes in that round, one bowler on each lane, and they'll bowl match play style. The left lane bowler will start with their first frame, then the right lane bowler goes right, left, and so on and so on. But there is no match play in this event, so it's simply just piling on the pins in each round of competition, adds in the pinfall from earlier in the event, and after we get through the round of 8, we'll have 17 games in, and those 17 game totals, top 4 will be seeded 1 through 4 in the stepladder. That stepladder is scheduled to start right about 4 p.m. today. Larry Verbal bowled yesterday. He was our PBA50 World Championship victor against Ameletta Monticelli on Wednesday night in Columbus, Ohio, at Columbus Square Bowling Palace. Verbal knew what he needed to do in the 10th frame. He needed a double and 7. Decided to tease everybody, double, and then, oh yeah, let's get 8 on the next shot. Just enough to shut out Monticelli, who had the 10th frame remaining to bowl, but it did not matter as Verbal took down that championship match. 213 to 210. Nice $15,000 payday for Larry as well. And whatever carry Larry had at the right time in Columbus didn't happen for him yesterday during his qualifying block. In his first 4 games, I saw 4 7-10s for him. And he goes, some days you're blessed, some days you're cursed. Today I'm cursed, yesterday I was blessed. And a good attitude to have about it. And can't wait for the Linus Open Coldwater in a few weeks, and hopefully I get Larry Verbal as my cart partner again for that great golf fundraiser for high school bowling in Northwestern Ohio. Had a good time with Larry on that cart last year. Brian Wallachek, part of our team. I can't remember our 4th. It was a local bowler to Claymore Lanes, but a hell of a nice gentleman that was, as Adcock can't get the 10 to go. So I just want to say I golfed with a world champion. People go, world champion golf? I know I was a world champion golfer. No, I just golfed with a world champion. I don't have to say what sport. I don't have to say what age. Just I golfed with a world champion. How cool does that sound? So congratulations, Larry Verbal, and hopefully your day is restful and peaceful today before you make your way to Akron if you're headed there for the Akron Classic. So we got your scores through 11 games. That live scoring link pinned to your chat. Greg Bowles, love being here in Bowling Green. One of my favorite events in the country. A couple of them coming up. Minster, Coldwater, hope to be there for both of those as well. Working with Bowl TV on the rights and PBA for streaming to their platform. Hopefully have an announcement on that shortly. Murkowski's still your leader, plus 433. Fulner, plus 355. Higgins, plus 341. Doherty, plus 330. Koivu-Niemi, plus 307. They're all well in. Koivu-Niemi, 97 pins up on the numbers. So, yeah, they'll be in the round of 16. Adcock, Conroy, Warren, Bell, Kenyon round out your top 10. Kenyon, though, at plus 229, only 19 pins up on the cut. It is some close competition. Tom Hess, that big game we saw in game 3, moves Hess up to plus 223. Once again, he's only 13 up on the number. We'll check in on Hess in a little bit, as Hess is currently bowling on 5 and 6. Ryan Schaefer, 12, plus 220, so not a lot of room for Schaefer as well. Schaefer currently on 9 and 10. No, hold on. Schaefer's not 9 and 10. Schaefer started at 9 and 10. Schaefer down at 1 and 2. Eddie Graham down at 15 and 16. That's not the pair I'd really want to end on, but he looked up at the scores when he walked by the booth. He goes, who was the group on 15 and 16 last game? And I pointed out the Fulmer, Mika, Doherty, and Higgins Jr. And he's like, yeah, okay, I know what to do now. So we'll see what Eddie can do. He started his final game with an opening frame spare. Todd Chell also down at 1 and 2. Just 3 pins up on the number. Our defending champion, Brad Angelo, down there. So let's take a peek in on 1 and 2 here, as they're 3 frames in. There you see Chell strike open strike. Angelo looking at a most likely open frame after an opening double. Schaefer's your double A, clean and Dutch through 3 frames. Chris Warren plus 242, far from safe. 32 on the numbers, sure, but lots of things can go wrong, especially in that pair. First man out, Ron Hurt. You see him getting ready to bowl on lane 13. Hurt with a big split conversion in the 3rd frame, clean with no doubles to that point. He's 1 pin behind Dudek. Dudek on the number plus 210. He can look over to his right. And see Dudek right there. Across from him on the scoreboard, as Dudek is 13 AA. Dudek looking for his first double, put a little space between himself and Hurt. Don Hogue, 11 out of the number. Hogue on lane 10. Rock the Shell on 15 and 16. Michael Zarnik at that same number. That Rock the Shell being 18 out. So lots of bowlers bunched around that number here on 13 and 14. Zarnik, there you go. He knows he's got to pass the man on his pair, John Dudek, in order to have any chance really of making the top. 16 on his own. He might get some help from bowlers if a Chell or an Angelo, Schaefer, or Graham fall backwards. Let's do a quick check-in on the man that was the number last game after Graham tosses here, Tom Hess. And Sue Hess, if you're watching, well, you're probably watching Tom's feet on its own, but you're pleasantly going to be surprised right now if you haven't been, as Tom's looking to get his front 6 on the board. Kevin Gran looking to make a big move. Gran on the same pair also with the front 6. But Gran is quite a ways back at plus 139. Jovanovic, 28 back on the same pair with Hurt, Dudek, and Zarnik. Jovanovic start with the front 3 before single pin spare. Let's get back up to the high end, and then we'll check back in with Schaefer, Chell, and Angelo. And Jovanovic, oh, vicious wrap 10. Let's get down to 1 and 2. You see Schaefer stepping up. Just 10 up on the number. Schaefer keeping it clean. Meanwhile, Angelo is your A on the scoreboard. Your defending champion in a bit of trouble here with just a 2-pin advantage over Dudek. And Dudek keeping the scoreboard clean with a double through his first 5 frames. Chell only a 3-pin advantage. Bounce back off the second frame open with 2 strikes. Tim Bell, you see stepping up on lane 3. Bell, 22 up on the number. Pacing 198 right now. I can make it a 208 pace if we can get a double here. Doesn't happen. It leaves a big split. Yikes, now he's staring 180 in the face. Anybody from 10th position or 8th position down isn't safe to stay in the top 16 right now. They have a bad game. They can find their way all the way out and just getting a check at the pay window. So Hess struck again in the 7th. Let's get you over to Rikoski, our leader, looking to extend that lead, looking for the front 8. Makes it happen. Conroy pretty safe right now at plus 279. 69 up on the number. So Conroy, keep filling frames. You're going to easily advance. Rock the Shell having some problems. Trying to jump in. 8 out, but now staring at his second open frame of the first 4. There's the man with the bullseye, taking the 10 down. Your man in 16th, John Dudek. I don't know if a 2-0 game will keep him there. Ron Hurt gets back in front of Dudek. Hurt just a single pin behind. Hurt working on a 3-bagger. Let's get over to Hess. As Hess, front 7 already on the board. How about an ecstatic 8th in a row? There you go, shred that rack. Let's go over to Rikoski. Also working on 8 in a row, looking for the nifty 9th. What do you think, John? Oh, he got away with that one. That was not clean out of the hand. And he gets away with it. So our leader looking for perfection here. To wrap up his advancers round. Let's get back, check in on Ron Hurt. This will go a big way to staying in front of Dudek, working on 3 in a row. Looking for the 4th. And is it going to get there? Oh, my. Fell off just before. Let's check in on 1 and 2. As Schaefer has kept the scoreboard clean, kept himself with a good chance to stay in. Another double or a 3-bagger here would really help the comfort level. With that happening, Brad Angelo a little work to do. Only 2 pins up on Dudek. Dudek just left a 2-4-5, but Angelo still finds himself behind. Michael Clark Jr., he's going to need to go yard to have a chance. He's your bowler B. He'll be stepping up in lane 4 momentarily. He's at plus 161. He's 49 out of the number. But you throw 269 on the board or 268 on the board, you'll have a pretty good chance. we'll stick here with Angelo, and then we're going to make a jump back up as our leader, John Rakowski, is going to be looking for the front 10 on 9 and 10. And Angelo, yikes, our defending champion, in a world of hurt at the moment. We might get the Hess throwing his 9th frame first. Rakowski just not comfortable. Put his ball down. Waved on Fulner. Yeah, so let's get to Hess. He's going to let Hogue clear out that 2-8-10. I don't blame him. Not that bowlers are suspicious at all. Or superstitious or suspicious. What do you think, Tom Hess? I think you're 4-pin high, unfortunately, but still, we'll see Tom in the round of 16. And there you see your leader, John Rakowski. John Rakowski. Coming into play here on lane 9. A tasty 10th in a row. 10-pin says, bleh. But still, he'll be your leader getting into our round of 16. Great bowling this round once again by Rakowski. Warren 32 up on the number. Warren working off an open frame. Gets a strike there. They'll change that on the score sheet. Let's get back up on the high end. Check in on Dudek as he's coming off an open frame. Only got 1 out of the 2-4-5. Puts Ron Hurt well in front. And now Dudek bowling for his tournament life, his last 3 frames as the man on the number. Sammy V, Sammy Shammies.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Safe travels down the road. Yeah, absolutely. Good to see Sammy and his lovely bride Tracy here this weekend, or this week. Hard to get away from saying weekend at a regional, and Dudek now finding some struggles. Boy, Ron Hurt can really put some pressure on Dudek right now. Eddie Grant, he's looking like he's just going to cruise in the round of 16. There you go. Boy, he's been coming through clutch. Late in blocks the last couple of days. He's doing it right now. And Rock the Shell maybe too little too late. He can still get the 216, but Brockway looking like he's missing out on his chance to advance. He needed that one right there big time. 34 out of the number, and that's going to make his max 248. That's going to be tough. It's not sometimes just how many pins you're behind. It's when you've got 5 other bowlers in front of you fighting for that cut as well. Let's take a look here. Michael Clark Jr. with the open frame in the 8th. Yeah, that's going to take Clark out of it. So the man who finished second here last year to Brian Angelo, he's going to be going home here after this advancers round. Here's something that's a bit important. Steve Kenyon. What a big game here to keep himself in. He was falling rapidly backwards through the standings, found himself back down to 10th, just 19 up on the number, but what he's got here. He's going to keep himself in with a game in the 240s. So good finish there by Kenyon. Another strike here. We'll lock Schaefer in. Wrap 10. Fill it. And, yeah, Schaefer shouldn't have a problem staying in. Angelo, if he goes off the sheet for 231, he can still get passed by Ron Hurt. Dudek, though, however, can only get to 212, and he would get ahead of Dudek. Don Hogue finished at 191, so he finishes at plus 190. That's probably not going to be enough. He was in the 18th coming in, so yeah, it's definitely not going to be making his way in. Chris Warren had a 32-pin advantage on the cut, and if he shoots 2-0, he'll stay safely. Big shot here for Todd Chell, however, though. Chell was just 3 up on the number with Ron Hurt making a big charge. There you go for Chell. Let's check in on the high end here. Big ball here for Zarnik. Zarnik 8 out. Needs to get this spare, and he can get to 213 with all of them in the 10th. And don't count out Jovanovic yet. Jovanovic get 248. Jovanovic was 28 out. Oh, and a huge open there for Zarnik. Conroy safe, even with not having the greatest games. And Jovanovic can't take advantage in the foundation frame. And that may end the run. Graham well in. And now Angelo, that could be the end for our champion. He's got to go for it. Count really doesn't matter at this point because he's going to be, in the high 180s, low 190s would count. Can still get to 207 with a conversion on the 24810. Rock the shell, he can max out at 184, so no chance there. Zarek can only get to 2-0. Yeah, there's just too many people around him doing better. Angelo, though, 195, so that takes Angelo down to plus 207. And he's in the danger zone. Schaefer in easy. He'll be in the plus 235 number with a full ride here in the 10th on the fill ball. There you go. Chris Warren, he was 32 up on the number. He can't afford an open frame here. As Dudek's got a chance to shoot 201. Actually, let's get up there right now. Quick cut. Dudek first one already in the 10th. Is he going to roll the 2? He does not. So he's going to lose 9 pins. It's going to put him back behind Angelo. And Chris Warren strikes first ball at the 10th frame. So that keeps Warren in. Tim Bell is going to stay in. 184 minus 16 is plus 216. So Bell's going to fall some spots, but he'll still stay in. Wow, an open frame for Hurt as we went away. 206 leaves Hurt at plus 215, so it gets him ahead of Angelo. And Chell, yeah, Chell's got to make this spare. Otherwise, life gets interesting. Dudek loses 9, so that's plus 201. So Hurt gets in because he's past Angelo and Dudek, even with the open frame. Chell stays in. Chell's at plus 213, so he'll gain, keeping the ball in the lane. He'll stay around that area. So I've got Angelo staying in at the number at 207. Dudek falls out, plus 201. Hogue finished at plus 190. Jovanovic isn't going to have enough. He can go, well, actually, he could have gone. Yeah, he could have gone in. 97, he can finish with 17, 1782. Yeah, now he's 199. So he needed the first 2 in the 10th. And Zarnik's not going to have enough. Zarnik's going to finish at 2-0. So unofficially, I have Brett Angelo staying in, Dudek falling out, Ron Hurt getting in, even with an open frame in the 10th frame. Once again, fully unofficial. But I have to cut at Brett Angelo plus 207, so Angelo's still going to have a chance to defend his title. Yeah, Chell finishes at plus 217. Eddie Graham, 247 the last game, so he stays. Hess had a huge game. Kenyon had just enough. With 247 the final. Yeah, so we're good. We'll call it. 207, Brad Angelo, unofficial. But should be the case. Dudek falls out. Hurt gets in. Angelo stays, drops from 15th to 16th. But we should be good on the call. So you're going to get a little intermission here. All the streams will stay running. You'll hear practice fire back up once we are ready for that round of 16. Thanks for everybody joining us here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio for the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. And once again, not only do we want to thank Bill and Yogi Wames and Almar Lanes for hosting us, but we also want to thank all of our wonderful sponsors of this event. We would not be on the air to you today on the PBA YouTube channel without their great support, especially UE2 with the Lindquist family. You'll see all of our platinum and gold sponsors going across your screen. And
Okay, PBA 50 players, that concludes your semifinal action in 2026 PBA Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open presented by UE Squared Chris Lundquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. According to our friend Phil Brilo, unofficially 16th position plus 207, Brett Angelo, 207. Again, we're going to hold on until the number is official and we'll make that announcement. I'll go ahead and checks as well for players finishing in 17th through 29th. It appears Yogi and Bill have put out some lunch for the players inside the bar, so please go ahead and help yourself while we are making the number official and getting ready for the next round of 16. Remember, Position 1 will begin on lane 3, position 2, lane 4, position 3, lane 5, so on and so forth. Position 15, lane 1, position 16, lane 2.
All right, thanks, Bobby Jagel, for the announcement. Yeah, unofficially, we do have it as Brad Angela at plus 207. Holds on, even with some damage done. The split in the 10th frame, so our defending champion still with a chance to make it back-to-back years. Be about a 20-minute break before practice resumes. So 12:45 Eastern time, so keep your browsers open. And they'll be bowling on the remnants of the 39-foot Mike Albee pattern until we get to our step ladder at 4 p.m. Eastern this afternoon. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We're going to take a short audio intermission here. And enjoy the beautiful sights inside of Alomar Lanes until competition resumes.
No, he got in with it, but he was the first one going through that.
Like you're in Florida.
Hey, Corey?
Could be in the summer. Couple regionals, hopefully it'll be a mixture of cold water, we'll find out in the next week or so.
I'll be down there in a moment. Yeah, okay, I'm nothing out there. I got no stuff. I got 11 out there.
Usually can. Probably start about 45. So yeah.
Don, what are you born? Second through 16th is within a game. I'll go by They say wait this start. Just wait till paperwork here. That's your thing. League secretary, like the boss center. I left 3 times. And then 247, 227. Like 3 times.
Same with that paper that didn't strike on the 10. I'm sure there was that. That's good.
They decided number 1 starts from there. 3 and 4.
15 and 16. First and second.
Got the 5 up.
Don't let me get the camera out.
Three or four.
Huh?
Number one and two.
Like 2 through 60 is
Three, four. One, first and second, 3 and 4. Okay, we got one on the pair, one on lane.
One on your lane, yeah.
Yeah, you'd be at 8 times. You are 6. Okay, by a stick over us.
Sweet. Respect your elders.
What did you see in Columbus? Say it one more time. What did you see in Columbus? How did you know you see anything out of the ordinary? Did you?
No, not really. I was working on a lot of things physically. As she can attest to, you know, when I failed at Anderson in my back, and then I skipped Hammond, and that was my first trip back. And I'm like, look, how's this going? I'm still taking meds. you know, am I gonna get to this? When I got to where I felt comfortable, the web, I felt like I was able to play similar to where I'm at right now. And we get I couldn't strike. I could strike all the 16 games. Well, I made it to the match play in May. I could not. I 3 games to go. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, you know, the foot of oil changed my ball reaction down lane. And I even went to different balls and ropes and stuff. I was throwing every bionic I had. I had 3 bionics. I couldn't knock anything down. I mean, I'm shooting 192.0. That was all I got.
My game, I had a 230, the last game web, 220 earlier in that block, and then raw, I had a 220, a bunch of 220s. Double it,
Yeah, I'm on the same boat as I was. The only thing is, I couldn't get away from my own destruction, where I feel like I have a little more control and tweak. But there, I was not throwing very well. I couldn't control pockets. And I'm bowling deep, like those points are outside. And his ball, and I had it shut. I'm trying to. Oh no, it's not. No, it's not. But I still, in order for me to get the and my ball speed on the thing was 15, 18. I'm usually 16. I'm standing up here in front of the ball return, trying to get slow. And it wasn't bad. I mean, that was my execution was. But I started, you know, I was a matchup or something. In the wet pattern, I drop right. He's pretty straight. We kept waiting for the lane to stretch. He's in trouble. It worked. He shoots super range,
No. Still late. Still late.
upper deck 9. Feel like I'm making a turn.
you, Conroy.
No fun this morning?
Do you have the placement of everybody yet? Do you know what place everybody's in? Yeah, I got the what place am I in? You are in 12 place. 12? 14, I got the good place. Yeah. After you're going.
Okay, PBA players. For those of you who finished in the 17th or 29th position, your checks are ready here at the counter. Top 16, here are your lane assignments. Lane 3, John Rakowski. Lane 4, Tom Doherty. Lane 5, Joel Fulner. Lane 6, Dan Higgins. Lane 7, Mika Koguniemi. Lane 8, Tom Adcock. Lane 9, Tom Hess. Lane 10, John Conroy. Lane 11, Steve Kenyon. Lane 12, Eddie Graham. Lane 13, Chris Warren. Lane 14, Ryan Schaefer. Lane 15, Todd Shell. Lane 16, Tim Bell. Lane 1, Ron Hurt. Lane 2, Brad Angelo. We're going to have the players a few minutes to head down to their round of 16 pairs. We'll begin practice in just a few minutes.
I know, I gotta get there. That's why I was getting the bell.
Yes, I know when we talked about the whole, you got the whole, you told me the whole deal. Because you didn't have one of the logos or whatever it was. Right. Then you got that. Yeah. I'll get with you, I don't know, what spot are you on? I'm on A as well, so maybe we'll hook up at like practice or something.
Top 16 players, please support your starting pair.
Get it done and out of the way. Not bowling from Virginia, bowling the range in Virginia.
Players, when your lanes come on, you begin your 5 minutes warm up.
All right, there you heard the announcement from Bobby Jekyll. 5 minutes of practice for our players here. The round of 16, PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE Squared. Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. There you see the players taking their way across the lanes. Your leader, John Rakowski, will be on 3, Tom Doherty 4, Joe Fulner 5, Dan Higgins Jr. lane 6, Mika Koibanemi lane 7, Tom Adcock lane 8, Tom Hess lane 9, John Conroy lane 10, Steve Kenyon there you see on lane 11, Eddie Graham lane 12, Chris Warren lane 13, Ryan Schaefer lane 14, Todd Chell lane 15, Tim Bell lane 16, then back down to 1 and 2 it's going to be Ron Hurt and Brad Angelo. So 4 minutes of practice remaining for these players. Thanks everyone for joining us here at Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio, with the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. 29th annual edition of this tournament. Thanks to Bill and Yogi Wamis for hosting and for bringing 10 on the Deck Productions in to live stream this to the PBA YouTube channel. Thanks again to the PBA, Jeff Butcher, Janae Haggerty, for all their help with getting us on the channel. Thanks again to Bowl TV for giving 10 on the Deck Productions the digital streaming rights to this event. Chase Kaufman and company there at Bowl TV. Thank you so much. If you haven't tried Bowl TV yet, you have 4 PBA 50 national events coming up in the next month. Give them the 1 month trial. It's a subscription service. If you like your first month, switch it over to an annual subscription. And not just the 4 PBA 50 Tour national events. You also have Junior Gold. That's getting underway up in the Minneapolis area shortly. And you'll also have coverage of the PBA, PWBA Storm Strength Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles, July 30th, August 1st and 2nd. From Houston, Texas. We'll give you the scoring update momentarily. We do have the live standings link pinned in your chat if you so choose to view it that way yourself before I run down the list with you.
Bill Watson and Warren Eels, I have your checks here at the counter. Bill Watson. Oh.
Thanks everybody for hanging in here through the break as we are getting ready to get underway again. Bill Rowe, I know he was scheduled for the event. I don't know if he had he's had some elbow issues all season long. He had it at the World Series of Bowling up in Minneapolis. I was there talking to him while I was handling the PR/social media/extra video at that event. And I think Bill's just given that elbow time the rest again. 4 big events the rest of the way through the season. And it was a long World Series of bowling for him. Made the match play rounds. So I think he just decided, hey, let's get some rest. And I'm sure you'll probably see him at the Akron Classic. Practice there starts tomorrow at historic AMF Riviera Lanes. The big news so far here today, John Koski is striking a lot. He's out averaging the field by at least 10 pins. And his games in the advancers round that just wrapped up, 256, 238, 210, and 278 with the front 9 in that last game.
Got about a minute remaining, players, about a minute.
And he has a 133 pin advantage, probably 123 pin advantage over second place Tom Doherty. As Doherty currently at plus 388. So we'll wait for the official start from PBA Central Regional Manager Bobby Jekyll, and we will get underway with the run through the bowlers remaining in the field.
Okay, bowlers, hold on your practice, please. Recycle the spin centers of the first ball cycle. Remember, spectators and fans, as a reminder, please go ahead and make sure those cell phones are off. While the round of 16 is going on, bowlers are greatly appreciated. 12 games down, 3 more to go in this round. We'll be 16 players, so we'll 3 more games, and then we'll cut to 8. Cut to 8. So I'll be doing updates. You'll be able to follow along to see who's in contention. Thanks again for Phil Brilo and everyone watching out UTV here in Bowling Green. Bowlers, when your arrows come up and you go full rack of pins, we begin your round of 16 3-games action of 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE Squared, Chris Lindquist, Progressive Ribbon Insurance Agency.
Thanks, Bobby Jekyll. Happy 20th anniversary with the PBA today. And let's get your player introductions across the house. On lanes 1 and 2 are your players currently in 15th and 16th position. Ron Hurt in 15th at plus 215. Brad Angelo, your defending champion here, at plus 207. Angelo, he was on this pair at the end of advancers round and struggled quite a bit. Had an open frame in the 10th frame. Left him at 195. Could have had bowlers like John Brockway, John Dudek, and Anthony Jovanovic pass him, but in the end, Angelo held on by just 4 pins over Brockway, 6 pins over Dudek, and 8 pins over Jovanovic to stay in the field. The problem is, for Angelo, he has to catch up 82 pins on 8th place in order to advance to the next round. And with starting on 1 and 2, he's going to have to really find something he didn't have at the end of the last round. There's your leaders on 3 and 4. We mentioned the dominance of Rakoski right now, as he is 304 pins higher in the books after 12 games than Angelo. He's averaging 25 pins more a game. That's just phenomenal. Than 16th place. Tom Doherty stepping up on lane 4. He's your number 2 player right now, plus 388. So all Rakoski's got to do is keep filling frames, basically, for the next 5 games, and it's going to be tough for somebody to catch him. Let's get over to 5 and 6. Joe Fulner, plus 368. Dan Higgins Jr., plus 358. Your A and double A, respectively, on that pair. Next door on 7 and 8. Mika Koivuniemen is your A. Tom Adcock, your double A on your scoreboard. On that pair, Koivuniemen plus 330, Adcock plus 303. Adcock, the only author of a 300 game so far in the event. Did that in game 6 of qualifying on C Squad last night. Let's move you up the house here over to lanes 9 through 12. Lane 9, starting with the front 3, your bowler A, Tom Hess at plus 302. On lane 10, your bowler double A, John Conroy. Conroy, your double A, he's at plus 289 next door. Steve Kenyon. Kenyon was in the top 5 earlier. He's fallen down to 9th. Saved his round. The 247 in game 4 of advances round. Kenyon, your A on lane 11, plus 276. Eddie Graham, he's been on fire since about game 6 last night. And Graham at plus 263 in 10th position overall. Once again, top 8 advance, so still anybody in this field can get their way into the top 8 or fall out of the top 8, except for Rakoski, unless Rakoski just decides, I'm going to stop bowling for a few frames. And it would be more than a few with that big advantage he has. $222 pins the advantage for Rakoski over Conroy in 8th place. And Hess finds trouble. Gets half. How about it, Tom? Ooh, just misses the 3-pin. That time Hess gets them all the fall. And we'll get you up to our final 4 players remaining in the round of 16 after Kenyon's toss here. And wow, a little bit high. Thought maybe catch a bit of a break on the 10. Doesn't do so. Final 4 players are Chris Warren. He's your bowler A on your scoreboard on lane 13. Warren looking for the front 4. He's 11th at plus 248. Ryan Schaefer, double A on 14, 12th at plus 235. Todd Chell, your bowler A on lane 15, plus 217. Tim Bell in 14th place at plus 216. Bell had the front 9 on this pair of lanes during the round of advancers. Just couldn't quite finish it off in the 10th frame, but big enough game to vault him into the top 16 for this round. We're going to run back down to lanes 5 through 8. Got a front half alert. Dan Higgins, Jr., 5 and 6. Going to be stepping up looking for his 7th in a row. Higgins finished 3rd here last year. Right now, Schaefer needs to find some way to start carrying. Only 1 strike in his first 5 attempts. And that pocket 7-10 in the 3rd frame was not enjoyable in any way, shape, or form. And now wrap 10. It's not that far out of 8th. 54 pins. Problem is you only have 3 games to do it. The problem is everybody in front of you is striking. There you see Higgins trying the hand. Looking to get a sassy 7th in a row. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Appreciate everybody dropping the thanks in the chat. It's fun to do. It's a labor of love, but it's a lot of fun. Especially get to see a player like Dan Higgins Jr. Only about 1 year with his PBA50 card. Made a big splash here at Elimar Lanes last year and looking to continue the momentum in the center once again, improve on that third place finish in 2025. Let's get an exciting eighth here. Come on, Dan. Oh, that one you saw balance off, up on his toes a little bit. He knows it. Feet first, ball second. Not a good thing. But still a quality start for Higgins. He tries to climb the leaderboard. It's going to be tough to catch the man. You see with the scoreboard on lane 3. John Rakoski. 258 possible this game. Doherty dinged himself. Open frame in the 6th with a single pin spare. WG freaking B. Hey, good to see you. See you in the chat there, Warren. Hope all is well out in Delaware. Bit unusual to have a regional on a Friday afternoon, but with this event being scheduled between PBA50 World Series in Columbus and the PBA Akron Classic in Fairlawn, Ohio, coming up starting tomorrow. Bill and Yogi Wamas made the adjustment. Happy to have all these players here. 89 bowlers total were in the field, just short of a sellout. And with a $5,000 first place check on the line. The action's going to be fast and furious this afternoon. Notice quite a few people watching while they're at work here in the greater Bowling Green area. Thanks for taking a few minutes of your workday tuning in. Promise I won't tell your boss. Well, Brett Angelo's trying to salvage 214 here, but your defending champion. He's going to have a lot of work to do in 2 games to try to get into that top 8. As entering this game, Angelo was 82 pins behind John Conroy. And Conroy is pacing 2-0. His lane mate, Tom Hess, got a frustrating game going right now. 3-bagger split. And Hess is looking at a maximum of 215, pardon me, in his opening game. Hess in 7th, so both those bowlers are going to start hearing some footsteps. Especially if Steve Kenyon and Eddie Graham can put together big 10 frames. So Angelo's going to be the 2 teens. Let's get back over to Higgins. And Higgins signaling needs a ball. And it's back. Asking, you shall receive within seconds here at Elimar Lanes. Tom Adcock having a spectacular game. Put up 270 on the board. That would get Adcock to plus 369, and he could slip in, maybe not into the top 4, but definitely in the top 5. As his lane mate Mika Koivuniemen having some struggles here. Mika's going to be needing to strike out to get to 215. There you go. Great toss by Adcock. So we're going to have bowler movement coming up shortly. We'll have Mickey Heim in the booth in Game 2 and a little bit into Game 3. Appreciate Mickey whenever he gets a chance to stop by. And I think we'll get him for the step ladder as well. Step ladder scheduled to start at 4 p.m. Eastern time today. Thanks everyone for joining us on the PBA YouTube channel. And we could not do this live stream without the support, not just the Bill and Yogi Wamas here at Elimar Lanes, but all the great sponsors they have to help not only just this prize fund out, but to bringing you the live stream. Also thanks to the PBA YouTube channel for working with us and Bull TV. Yeah, it's not just the big sponsors. It takes a lot of sponsors to help put this on. Some of our silver sponsors include A&S Asphalt, ASD Remodeling, Dill Saver, Beer Co., Classic Products, Decor Internet Service, Doc's Ribcage, Easy Street, JB Construction, Jets Pizza, KR Strike Force, Ora Sunoco, Rose Realty, Turbo Grips, Wall Marketing, and WTG Seamless Gutters. And our bronze sponsors, Ace Mitchell, Bell Tire, Belleville Brothers Meat Market, Bob Stout Nationwide Insurance, Brandywine Golf Course, Deck Hannerman Funeral Home, Precious Big Boy, Great Lakes Garage Door, Habitat Security, Marsh and Rothenbuehler Attorneys, Staples Office Supplies, Sunday Station, and Walmart. Thanks to all of our sponsors for this 2026 edition, the 20th annual PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial. Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Player Movement Game 2 coming up next. All right, I'm $2 Phil Brylow. He's Mickey Hyman. We are watching a couple of players strike at will right now at 11 and 12 as John Rakoski, our leader, Tom Doherty in third. Underway both with the front five. And Mickey, you said 11 and 12 is a pretty good pair in this house.
It can be. It also can get up and bite you once in a while.
Well, they're bowling on the remnants of the initial application of this 39-foot Mike Albee pattern from this morning. And a lot of the similar moves they made yesterday, even with fewer players in the field, are still working. Is that because it's just there's more of the players that did well in the field, or maybe some guys are just a little looser now that they made it this far?
Well, it's a combination of both. Obviously, as you make each cut, the cream rises to the top, so to speak. But at the same time, the lane play gets to be more in one area, so the transition between the drier boards and the slicker boards becomes a little bit more predominant, and therefore a little higher scoring for a while until that changes again.
And once again, at this level, that area of the dry boards and the area of the slick boards is 2 boards each direction. It's not 5 or 6 like you'd see on a house pattern.
Oh no, it's not even remotely the same. Yeah.
So Rakoski, your leader, plus 535. Dan Higgins, we saw his big game last game with the front bunch. Higgins at plus 415. And I'll tell you, the last pair Dan Higgins wanted to see after shooting a big game was 13 and 14. Ate him up for 142 yesterday. Ate him up a bit last year where he could have been the number 1 seed going into the step ladder and got him down into the opening match. What do you do? What did you do personally when you hit a pair later on in a tournament that just ate you up a little earlier in that event?
I'd forget what pair I was on.
Start with a fresh game plan, huh?
Well, yeah, exactly. You got the knowledge of what did not work, so now you have options of what could work. Yeah, obviously, people are scoring on that pair, so it's not the pair; it's how you're attacking it.
So Higgins gets the cover. Let's get through the rest.
He's got 3 shots in a row right in the pocket, and they could have been all strikes. So I think he's going to be all right this game.
So the players that are in 7th and 8th are on 1 and 2 right now. Tom Hess is 7th, plus 307. John Conroy, plus 295. Conroy only a pin up on Chris Warren. He's got a good eye on Warren because Warren's over on 5 and 6. So we got Rakoski, Higgins, Doherty 3rd, plus 391. Fulner 4th, plus 385. Adcock 5th, plus 374. Mika Koivuniemen 6th, plus 325. Then the aforementioned Hess and Conroy. Chris Warren just 1 pin behind Conroy. Eddie Graham just 3 pins behind Conroy. Steve Kenyon 10 out, and then a big gap back to Hurt, Chell, Angelo, and Bell. Don't count them fully out yet, but those bottom 4 bowlers are going to need a couple of big games to work their way back into the top 8, because a lot of the times it's not just how many pins you're behind, it's how many bodies do you have to get past between you and that spot. And when those bodies need a few fewer pins than you do to get into the cut line, it makes it a little bit tougher. Wow, Doherty just went back-to-back wrap 10s to end his bid at perfection. Whew. You would think as fast as that 6 went around the 10, there'd be some type of suction vortice that would just follow it in the pit.
Take it with it?
Yeah. Follow it in the pit like a little mini twister.
Well, see, that's part of that transition that happens because he goes front 5 everything's good. The carry's good and so forth. Now all of a sudden, really, really excellent shots, but now that angle into the pocket leaves 10 pins.
Yep. And I mean, they weren't weak at all. I mean, that's the toughest adjustment in weak. It's a lot easier to adjust off a weak 10 than a flying ring 10, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, what I always wanted to do when that happened was, you know, maybe just move my feet one board to the left and look at the same target and let the ball come in a little stronger angle, maybe. Worked most of the time.
So let's see what Hess can do here. Looking for a double. Looking to make sure he gets himself away from that cut number. Get himself solidly in the round of 8. There you go.
Looked
Finally,
like a good
double.
shot. Yeah.
Let's get down to our players in the middle of the top 8. Fulmer in 4th, crossing with Higgins in 2nd. Then we have Adcock currently in 5th with Mika Koivuniemen. Mika's your A, Adcock your double A on 15 and 16. Yeah, it's hard to dump the memory banks, even if you're a consummate professional like Dan Higgins Jr., because it's sitting in the back of your brain when the pairs eat you up for not just one game, but for 2 years, as he said.
Well, you got to wipe that out and realize that it's a different day at a different time.
Sit that 10-pin down, says Dan Higgins Jr.
See,
well done.
That's the one you were talking about earlier, that just the force of the ball took it with it.
Yeah. So Mika popping a pretty solid game right here. Just a single spare between a double and a 3-bagger. Let's take it out to 4 in a row for Mika.
Mm-hmm. See, that just proves that, you know, you have to be 6'5" to be a good bowler. You know? I mean, just look at Warren over there. Uh-oh.
How about it? How about it? Need a little more muscle out of that head pin to take the 10 down.
You know, that pair owed him that strike.
Ooh.
I think that's exactly what Doherty did. He moved a little bit left, let the ball go around the corner just a hair more, and back on the strike machine.
I mean, at this point in time, Higgins can't be upset, but he's got to be upset.
Well, you'd like to have 4 strikes up there instead of 3 spares and 1 strike, you know. But he's been around the pocket. He's lined up. And now you just got to tweak the carry just a hair.
So Conroy running into some problems here. Open frame in the 6th, maxing out at 220. Hess puts up the turkey on the board. Let's get over to Doherty quick as he's stepping up again. And he likes it. Possible 268 if he gets them all in the 10th. You can actually gain a couple of pins on our leader, but when you're over 100 back, gaining a couple doesn't mean a lot.
Well, you know, you shoot 250 and they shoot 160, and there's your 100.
True.
You know.
Wow, Hess just left the 4-9 on 1 and 2. Well, our defending champion, never say die with Brett Angelo.
No, you can't count him out. He's
right.
Way too comfortable here.
And he likes that pair. He's won a championship or 3 on that pair
Mm-hmm.
over the last few years. He can get off the sheet now and get to 258. And Rakowski's just like, yeah, let me just throw a strike.
He likes everything except that rack on 9 right now.
So let's see what Angelo can do here in the foundation frame. And then we'll go run down and check back in on Mika. Mika currently 6th.
Ooh. Slapped the 10 at the last minute, yeah.
There's Mika coming into your right side of your screen. 195 opening game here in the round of 16. Gonna roll the deuce? No, he's not.
A little light.
Back to Rakoski. That's the worst ball of this block so far for him.
Mm-hmm.
Opened up 224.
He's going to shoot 240 something this game.
Ho hum.
Yeah.
Higgins, you see walking off the lane there after putting a strike up.
Yahoo.
6th frame. If he gets a double, he may do a cartwheel. Fire off some party poppers. I don't know. I mean, there's going to be a little celebration if he doubles here. So I'm sure it's just going to be the subtle adjustment off the single pin last time up.
He's just concentrating on making a really quality shot and hope for the best.
Yeah, ball just came in a hair late. Didn't get the messenger to take the 10 last time on this lane. That time, the 7. It doesn't count. It fell in the gutter, but still standing staring at him, reminding him that didn't give up without a fight. And Mika gets it to go. So Mika's going to make a little climb, trying to get back in the top 4. Let's get back to Doherty. 10th frame. Hey, now.
Looked like you got that a little farther inside, and it just barely slapped that 10.
Action fast and furious with only 2 in a pair. Even though it's match play style, remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is not match play. It's just simply game after game piling on the previous totals. And after one more game this round of 16, we're going to cut it down to our top 8 for 2 additional games, and then we will get to our stepladder finals after our 17-game totals are in the books. See what Doherty can do here. And then we'll get back in and check on our 7th and 8th place bowlers with Hess and Conroy.
Doesn't get any better than that.
No, it does not.
Oh, there's another good example of why there hasn't been a lot of 300s this week, because he made 11 quality shots there, and 2 10-pins showed up in the middle of it. You know,
2 big ringing 10 pins.
I always thought when I let go of the ball, if I didn't want it back, it was a good shot.
Hess bouncing back. Boy, that 4-9 right there, that's a loss of 30-plus pins for Hess in the middle.
Yep.
Of what could have been a 5-bagger.
And one more 10-pin before you leave the pair.
That's 67 for Doherty. That'll definitely keep him in the solid part of the top 4. Let's get over to Fulner. Fulner will toss before Hess again.
Oh.
And Brad Ansel just rang up a 10-pin. Ooh, Fulner open frame, and that might drop him back out of the top 4 with this game. Max 207 now.
There's another good example there with Brad Angelo. Pocket split, double, ring and 10, 4-bagger, 5-bagger, and then another ring and 10.
Higgins rang 10 right there. Dan Higgins may start having nightmares about this pair in his sleep.
Certainly hasn't helped him.
No, it has not. You can still get the 228, which is 86 pins higher than he came off this pair yesterday. He came off this pair at 142. So it's a moral victory, but obviously he's looking big picture. He's looking at taking home a $5,000 check and a beautiful trophy with an eagle on top of it once this event's done.
Well, the good news is, you know, he's getting wrapped right now, but he's not going to be bowling on this type of pattern later on because one, they got more games, and then two, they're going to re-oil for the top four, right?
They will re-oil for the step ladder in 9 and 10, correct. Oh, jeez. Another wrap 10.
Yeah,
That's just insane.
One
It's just
more for
absolutely
you, Lee.
insane. It's just nuts. I mean, his carry percentage is less than 50% on this pair. Been in the pocket every shot, and they're all 10s. Yeah, he's going to have a nightmare about this pair when he goes home tonight. Jen, you may want to call a therapist for him for when he gets home, or let him talk it through it. If you're watching, just have him get it all out about 13 and 14. Unfortunately, that pair is also going to be in play for the round of 8, so he might have a chance of hitting that pair again.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and that, like you said, last year in the round of 8, that pair knocked him down of any chance of being in the number 1 seed and took him down in the opening match. So,
Oh, I remember that. That was an unbelievable match.
Yep.
He punched out to bowl a pretty good game. It was like 240 or 250, and the other guy had to have 3 in the 10th.
and got him.
Beat him by one pin.
Mike Clark Jr. got him.
And we said, that's not going to happen, but it did.
So Fuller finishing things off here. We're going to take a little audio intermission here. We're going to get some housekeeping done. Mickey, you want to come back for Game 3?
Sure.
Love to have you in the booth. Mickey Heim, $2 fill. Game 3 coming up next after player movement. Into our third and final game of our round of 16. The field will be cut to the top 8 scorers after this game is complete. We'll stick with our 1-2 right now. Coming into this round, Murkowski, Doherty. We'll get you a scoring update once that comes across the wire for 14 games. As we've got a tight battle right around that number 8 number. Once again, thanks to everyone tuning in today. We'll get Mickey Heim back in the booth in just a couple of minutes. Oh, I like that. Yeah, Phil Frames was actually my original extra frame nickname. Didn't last real long, though, because then we found out a guy at Bayside Bowl for Bopo had a similar nickname, Phil Frames. So then we went with the soon-to-be-forgotten Phil Balls. And unfortunately, that was said in front of Don Barrett and Stu Williams, who still call me that to this day when we were on the air with them from Portland, Maine. And then, then the $2 Phil stuck once my co-workers with Mike Jakubowski, Jeff Goodrich. Jeff crowned me with that $2 Phil name because I go nowhere without my $2 bills. And there we go today. But I like that. The key is to fill the frames. No opens. Thanks for dropping that in the chat. Thanks for everybody joining us here from Almar Lanes. I'm $2 Phil Brillo. He's Mickey Heim. And Mickey, we're down in the nitty-gritty right now. It's the last game to get to the top 8, and the standings are tight. Murkowski in the runaway. Doherty back in second. Higgins third. Adcock fourth. Mika Koivuniemen fifth. Joe Fulner sixth. They're locked in. I mean, Fulner is 90 pins up on Eddie Graham in eighth. Tom Hess in seventh, plus 318. Eddie Graham eighth, plus 292. Chris Warren ninth at plus 290. We'll take a peek in on Warren momentarily. Steve Kenyon 276 over. Brad Angelo, our defending champion, 258 over. Angelo had some work to do, but he still has an outside chance. Then it's going to take big games from Hurt, Shell, Schaefer, and Bell. Bell pretty much the only one that's truly out of it, but now Ryan Schaefer 2-8-10 early in the game. That's going to cost him pretty much any hope he had, as Schaefer was 60 out of the number and a lot of people in front of him. So your standings are updated on the link that's in your chat. And he only gets 2. Eddie Graham, he's on 7-8 with Steve Kenyon. As I mentioned, Graham the number 318 over. Kenyon 16 back, and we just had Todd Shell. Yeah, Todd's a long way back, and that's not going to – that's pretty much going to – we can write him off. So basically, we're looking at Angelo on up, barring Ron Hunt throwing perfection, or at least 290. Hunt's going to probably have to go off the sheet, being almost 60 out.
When it gets down to the fourth game like this, it's always interesting. Is it going to be that miracle game 290, 300 that puts you in, or is it going to be that 160 game that drops you out?
Yeah. Let's check in on Conroy. There you see him firing away lane 5. And Conroy can't get it to go, but he's on the front 3. So Warren and Graham are both going to hear some pretty loud footsteps, especially if they don't start stringing strikes. Back to Warren. He'll be stepping up there. You see him left side of your screen. Warren can't get that pin to fall. Conroy did pick up that spare. Eddie Graham double here goes a long way early on. Let your opponents know that you're locked in. There you saw Graham creeping into your picture, lane 8. He does get that double. Yeah, let's go back over. Tom Hess looking to Dutch it through 4. Can't do it. 4-pin stands. He's got a cushion. 26 pins over Eddie Graham. Problem is, Graham strikes here. That cushion's gone, and then you got to keep an eye on Chris Warren, who's your closest opponent, and he's got Conroy on his pair. That's already got a 3-bagger. So,
is Brad mathematically out of it?
Brad is not mathematically out of it. Brad Angelo right now is 34 pins out of 8th place, but he has 3 other bodies in front of him. One of those being John Conroy, who's already started front 3 and then a spare. So this one goes a long way for Angelo. There you go.
Spare turkey. And those 3 that are ahead of him, none of them have a double yet.
So Graham with the cover. Kenyon, 26 out, but he needs to start piling on strikes in a row here momentarily.
The important thing at this point in time is to stay focused on your game. You can't do anything about what somebody else is doing, whether they're bowling a good game or a bad game. You can focus on your own game and bowl the best you can.
So Hess with the wrap 10. Kenyon needs to get momentum going here. 4th frame, looking for the double. And the 6 leans on the 10, says, I'm going to fall the wrong way. Yeah, Ron Hurt's not going to have a chance. He's going to be clean through 5, but no doubles, and he's a bunch out. He's almost 60 out coming in, so. Going to be end of the road for sure this round with Hurt, Chell, Schaefer, and Tim Bell. They're just bowling for a little bit of a bigger paycheck. We'll get back down to Angelo when he steps up in a moment. Looking for his 4th and possibly 5th strikes in a row. Conroy gets all 10 down. You see right there coming back, all right? Calm it down. You got your emotions out. Let's get over to Angelo. Working on 3 in a row. Slap it out. Brad Angelo.
Yeah, don't look over your shoulder.
Yeah, you got to get ahead of Kenyon, Conroy, and Warren if Hess and Graham stay in. You got to get ahead of one of those two as well. And Graham.
Well, he's 30 pins ahead of each one of those at this time. So.
Yep, so he's not quite caught up to Graham yet, but one more strike here and he will. Who's going to fire for? They're going to go at the same time. So we'll give you the radio call on Eddie Graham. You're going to see Brad Angelo. Actually, Brad takes a little extra time. I think Eddie will get there first. What do we think? Yeah, here goes Eddie. We'll go with Eddie. Eddie, can't get the 10 to go, but Angelo gets all 10 to go. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Don't look over your shoulder.
For the man who just crawled into the top 16 with not a great game score on 1 and 2. Conroy with the cover.
Warren got a big split here. 4 out of the middle. And,
he almost picked it up.
Yes, he did.
Graham all over that one, takes it down. Check in on Warren after that open frame. He was only 2 out of the number, but yeah, no doubles in that gaping bad count on top of it. In the 4th, that's going to hurt the old efforts to get in to the run at 8.
You dug a hole.
That's not a hole. You dug a shaft. And you're down it with a little flashlight.
You know, during the break, somebody was asking me, why are there so many 10 pins? And my first response was, how come there's so many balls in the pocket?
Right.
You know, but it all has to do with entry angle, and it has to be precise. Too much is bad, and too little is bad.
So Kenyon working on a strike. If you can double here, he's only 16 behind Eddie Graham. He can let Eddie know, hey, I'm still here. Because that would put them relatively even in score. Hess with a little more loft on that shot to fight the oil going away in the front of the lane. Hess has got a bit of a cushion, so we won't start worrying about him yet until he either opens or doesn't strike for the next 3 frames. Because right now he's in the 2-0 range. Going spare strike the rest of the way out. And we'll get over to Angelo after Conroy. 9 out of the number.
That's a big shot for Brad.
Conroy, let you know he's still here. How about it, Brad?
Yeah, he lost leverage a little bit right there at the bottom. Weak 10, half 10.
So Kenyon with the spare, but Steve Kenyon running out of frames. Doherty having a solid game. He can finish at 259. We're at 15 and 16. And Conroy comes up light with a bucket. Yikes. Not envious of him right now. Angelo with the 10-pin, cover it up. Back to Kenyon. Yeah, it's kind of mandatory strike mode now for Kenyon if he wants to have any chance to get in the top 8. There you go. You can't start a string without one. And this is going to be, I do not envy John Conroy at this moment. Trying to convert a bucket in this situation. Gets it done. Not really a loss of count because he was working on a strike.
Yeah, but not what you want to see when you're towards the end of the game and now all of a sudden the pocket's going away.
Right. So Angelo here can max out 269. And he's back
Much,
flush.
much better shot.
Double here goes a long way for Eddie Graham, the man on the number, plus 292. What do you think, Eddie? I think you got to like it. One more here for Tom Hess, and he can just worry about filling the 9th and 10th. Look at that lot. Tom Hess using loft so effectively, because loft doesn't have to be also like you see with the kids from left to right. Loft can be right in front of you, and that's what Tom's doing right now. Take the friction and the heads out of play.
Exactly. It's the trajectory of the loft. It doesn't go higher. It goes straight out. Contacts the lane farther down the lane without going up higher.
So many tools a bowler can use in this game, and loft sometimes is a very underrated tool.
Well, the other thing about loft is your hand automatically goes farther in front of you, therefore keeping the ball on the line longer, less hook.
We'll get back to Hess. It's going to be a second before Angelo throws. There you go. We'll see you in the round 8, Tom Hess.
No doubt about that one.
Came through clutch late in the round of advancers. Now comes up clutch again in the round of 16 in the final game.
Brad.
Oh, that 4-pin almost didn't do the job on the 7 there.
Yeah,
Got a little skittish.
now that puts him in the catbird seat because he can punch out here for 269, and I'm
Yeah, if he does that, he'll be in the 320 range over. I mean, Hess is already there, but Eddie Graham can max out at 258, and yeah, Graham's going to have to punch at least one more on that string if Angelo can get right here. Sorry, we're cutting away from Kenyon. Kenyon's still an outside chance, but Kenyon, we glad we pulled away from that wrap 10. A little painful. And how about that for Angelo?
absolutely no doubt about it. Dead flush at the right angle, 10 in the pit.
So Brad Angelo might be coming out of 12th spot, moving into 8th. Let's get down to Conroy. Conroy still has a chance for 239. That would actually keep him ahead of Angelo. Yeah, it's going to come down to the last shot. Kenyon. Oh, no. Let's give the big scratch to Kenyon there. Angelo, second ball, 10th frame.
Yep.
Scramble him up. Put him in the 260s and keeping it on the lane.
Wait for me.
Conroy's got to put another one on the board here to keep Angelo behind him. And he came out of that one terrible. Wow, and he still carried it. That elbow was over early for Conroy. But he's going to put up 239.
Yeah, sometimes bad is good and good is bad.
It's not going to be enough, though, to keep Angelo behind him. Yeah, Conroy's going to be in the plus 320 range. Angelo's going to be in the plus 330 range. Back to Conroy while Angelo composes.
Well, he's waiting for the pin setter to set another rack of pins there.
Thing is, Eddie Graham just left the 2-pin light. So plus 322 for Conroy. So Eddie Graham needs to get to 231. Graham 67, 87, 07. Graham can still do it, but he's got to punch the first two in the 10th. He got that 2-pin covered up. Angelo gets them all. Plus 69 puts Angelo at plus 327. And now Tom Hess, we know he's going to stay in. and Fulner and company all way out ahead. Fulner was up by almost up by more than 60 pins on Hess. So I'm not too worried about them too much, even though they're down 1 and 2. Let's take a quick peek in on Fulner's score. 160 for Fulner, though. Hold on 1 second. I may have spoke too soon. Graham needs the first 2. Gets the first 1. Yeah, Chris Warren's just not going to have enough. Warren, 212 if he goes off the sheet, and he needs 4 more, 9th and 10th frames. What a great move by Hess by just going to more loft and just throwing ropes. So if Graham strikes here, if he gets to 237, he'll be ahead of Angelo and Conroy. But Conroy is behind Angelo. I don't know if Angelo gets in.
Yeah, now we start.
Depends on Fulner.
Yeah, we start looking at.
Oh no, there's way too many pins for Fulner to fall back. Hess is fine, 246.
We start looking at the difference between 5th through 8th and 4th.
Yeah.
You know, because there's only 2 more games, right?
Right. There's only 2 more games in the next round, so there it is, 237 for Eddie Graham.
Good finish.
So 329 for Graham. So he stays ahead of Conroy and Angelo. The thing is, can Fulner hold on? I mean, 1 and 2 is no guarantee here. Fulner is your bowler A. Oh no, Fulner's at 106 in the double. So give him 9 out. 36, 50, 60. He only loses 40, yeah. So he doesn't have enough to fall out. Fulner just needs to keep it on the lane for his ball, the 10th frame. And where's Mika? Mika's on 3 and 4. And yeah, Mika, even Mika at the 185, he still has plenty of at least 15. So unofficially, Eddie Graham with that clutch double in the 10th frame stays in, holds off Conroy, holds off Angelo by 2 pins on Angelo, 7 pins on Conroy to get himself into the round of 8. So fully unofficial, we've got Eddie Graham at plus 329. Your top 8 in no particular order other than your leader, John Rakowski, is Tom Doherty, Dan Higgins Jr., Tom Adcock, Mika Koivu-Niemi, Joel Fulner, Tom Hess, and Eddie Graham at plus 329. We're going to take a little audio intermission here. We're going to leave everything running. No break on the streams. Mickey, thanks for sitting in with us.
You bet.
And we'll be back with our round of 8 shortly.
Nice meeting you. We'll see you later.
Okay, that concludes our 3 games, round of 16 in 2026 PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open, presented by UE Squared, Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Unofficially, the 8th position advancing to the next round, Eddie Graham plus 329. 329 unofficially. We're going to check these scores real quick. We'll have an official number for you shortly. We'll also pay the players in 9th through 16th position as well. For the 8 players that advance to the next round, position 1 will begin on 5, position 2, 6, position 3, lane 7, position 4, lane 8, position 5, lane 11, position 6, 5 on 12, and 7 and 8 on 13 and 14. We'll have official numbers in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Baseball night.
So these cats, your cats are just happy to
All right, we'll see you
Got
down
one
there.
more.
Be heading that way shortly.
After I had these jerseys made to Foster. 13 years old. The owner had to go get a system my wife saw it on Facebook, of course, and we saw it. It was 13. So we took it over to their foster, and then she went away for work. And it got like attached to me, and they wanted me to go away for work. And it's got issues, like it has a thyroid problem and things like that. So I'm like, we can't give this cat to anybody else. It got attached to me, and yeah. So she's not on this one.
Karen, I got together, her daughter went away to college. Of course, I would have attached to me. I was the only guy in the picture like for 10 years. This dog was like heaven. Of course, I'm a dog whisperer. I was always being so it was, and we had put it in.
Next team
When
in.
I was 14 years old, I was always like the liquor. So it went like 3 months till we got my dog. She found us. Okay, no, I told her I'm gonna find somebody to watch it, whatever. So now it's a girl, and it's like on my side because I work from home. So this dog's like with me 24/7. And I already told Carrie, I'm like, I'm way too attached to this dog. It's not attached to me. I'm attached to it. I even told her, it's like, I better go with this dog now. It's gonna kill me when something happens to the dog. Like, I don't like getting that attached to him. She's got her app, bro.
kitten. And his sister weighs 48 pounds. Because they're French leopards are mixed bred with wildcats, domesticated cats. So he was the run of the litter, thank goodness, because he's only about 30 pounds. And he's trim. I mean, trim to just be. Well, he could, when he was a kitten, he could jump. We had 8-foot doors. He could jump from there up to the top of the door. I mean, just stand and look up and go. And he would be on top, and he was. My wife, it just, I mean, she's like, he's going to attack me. I'm like, no. So I'd get out the step ladder, and I'd go up, I'd pull him down, I said, "Mom, grab him." Don't do that.
Yeah, we had a Bengal cat.
Yeah, big
One of my wife's
Asian
friends
leopard.
had her home. They were breeding them, couldn't take it. So we took it in, it just didn't get along with the other cats.
Oh, no.
So we found it another home with a cat. One of our friends wanted a cat. Yeah, this
Yeah,
cat's long, tall, can jump anywhere it wants to. But the other
And
cats,
very
the other
territorial.
cats didn't like it.
I mean, very
I felt bad, but I like that. It wasn't happy with us.
Clearly my fault, but I think I like that as well.
Like 6, like, living in Illinois, we go up and dad go visit, go up. We had a sign, these things. Turned me against cats as a
Yeah, we
kid.
got 3 Siamese. We got 3 Siamese, and they're nice.
They're cool.
That's
They're
one
just
of them.
hyper as shit.
That's one of them.
They're just hyper as
It's like
shit. They're
kiss,
cool.
and man, it did not like
Ooh,
me.
so
That's one of them.
he would attack a wife. I mean, he would actually crawl up and attack her. And she goes, "You gotta get rid of it." Okay, fine. Well, we'll get rid of it. She's like, "No, you can't get rid of him." Honey. She goes, "Well, he doesn't attack you, and he doesn't attack me when you're home." And I'm like, "Because when you set him down and you get in his face, when he tries to whack you, you whack him. He'll figure it out pretty quick.
Yeah,
And he is
they
not,
learn.
He's not the alpha.
They learn.
And he's smart. He'll play. You keep taking and roll the ball across the floor, and he'll look at you and go, "Whoa." And he'll get it, and he'll bring it right to you. And he'll set it down, and he'll look at you and go, "Come on, man. Roll the damn ball." Oh, my wife, he drives her crazy. She's like, "He misses you. You can tell. And all he's doing is he's just hanging out, sleeping, and he wants to go outside, chase the birds and the squirrels." Because I put a cat fence up so he can't get out. We had a bobcat in the neighborhood. And he was across the way, and he was on the roof of the house the other way. And Comet's outside, and hear it. I'm like, so I come outside, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And he was just looking at that. And that bobcat gets on the fence and starts walking across the fence, and it's just right on across from our backyard, and he gets there, and that bobcat stops. It starts going the other way, and he is standing up now with a heat. And I mean, he's a runt. I mean, he's little bitty compared to that damn bobcat.
The other cat was terrified of the bitch. She just looks at them, going, they're terrified. I'm like, I've never seen something. Like, the other ones have their issues sometimes, and one hits one, and then the next day that one hits the other one. So I mean, this one, nobody messes with her.
She had to be raw liver.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. How was that going to the butcher going, "Hey, you got any liver?" Nice pulling, Nika.
Fuck up the last.
Well, yeah, but you know how that goes.
Not my first time, but probably not the last one either.
Probably 18, so
No, I think not. Oh, which one? You go out left or right?
I am gonna laugh. Yeah, okay.
That's both. I also have two splits like here.
Well, when you get 4 out of the middle, you get 6 out of the middle.
I do the same thing with my
I got you. 8, 3, 4 combination. 8. Yeah, 8 of them. Just get it to the right hand foot. Yeah. Boom.
It did.
Oh,
Every day.
oh, it did. Yeah, extremely.
Don't mind moving. Boy, thought mine.
All righty. Well, I guess I'll get all this garbage out of the thing so I can get ready to drive.
All things like this here. I don't go over to any other. Oh, shit. I don't think so. Well, now I needed 265.
How about this for a moment? We're both gonna bowl my way. Both of you. How's that?
I haven't bowled it this game to up there, so maybe.
Yep.
Oh, my tape on my phone is so.
Still raining.
Chris flying in. These so that.
Well, thanks for broadcasting. Right, for everything,
Like both right now. Because my. You don't play at all. But I'm a few like Shem. You and Chris have that in common. I was a huge speaker. We played once, but me and Chris in Sweden. And people golf in Finland these days. It's getting more popular. 4 months, when they're 3-4 months. The last time I went, Ballmaster, I stayed at, they don't go from general. I stayed at the Hilton, which is right on the lake. The other times I had stayed at the mall, so I'd never seen anything. I would like to stay at the Hilton in the summer. I thought that's beautiful. That's the ocean.
Oh, it is the ocean?
Okay. Yeah, it's beautiful. But it's tropical.
Oh. Well, I can't do that.
Yeah, I think I've done some sort of the whole color.
Exactly. You'd be both. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, they got 60 years doing this.
Yeah, no, this was pretty good. So let's say it's the toss idea. I think the idea that pops up now and the pops up again. There are still 329 people watching right now.
How much you have in your, when you're bowling?
It's around 400.
Okay.
400 right now.
That's pretty good.
Right. You can go to the PBA homepage to see us. I think we'll have a lot more people. People can get out there. It's a Friday. It's not on a Friday.
How about yesterday?
Overall, about 12 or 13,000 unique people in it.
Oh, wow.
For the overall.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad. Once again, no promotion.
Yeah, yeah.
They're watching. The average watch time is over 15 minutes. So if we can have somebody on, you can watch an hour.
Yeah.
A couple people watch for a minute, like, not easy. You know, there's a lot of people, it's not easy, you're not dumb, you're not watching.
Yeah, it's archived there all the time. Yeah, it's archived until they ever get rid of it. So, I got no fights. I don't know the answer now. I told them people watch yesterday. So, yeah. We did, I did the step ladder for a kids regional in Lockport, Illinois, Memorial Day weekend. And we had about 2,000 people watching live in 24 hours. We had 50,000 people that saw this step ladder. So, the environment was Camp Pro. It was one of the whole.
Yeah, that's probably one reason, but still.
It was funny when AJ Johnson walked up and he goes, welcome to TOC Because yeah, it's only a regional, so yeah. Welcome to TTQ. But yeah, there'll be enough people. I mean, yeah. I didn't go back and look last year because I don't remember if we uploaded it after the fact to YouTube. Because I know last year was just on like my stuff in the Elmar page. Well, like Coldwater, a couple like last year here. Yeah, that I don't have because that was on the different system that I haven't used it. So now I can stream stuff. Now that PBA is working with me, I can stream stuff. Because it was kind of a thing between full TV and PBA, like the contract where it can actually stream to. And so, but that kind of opened up when they're like, it's a PBA thing, but they're not going to stream it. They're like PBA stream. It's kind of a weird dynamic. But one in bowling is a weird dynamic nowadays. Right. So, but both of these are only good. I mean, they know that we're not some guy holding a cell phone. Yeah. Right. Tom Clark lives 15 minutes from my house. If I hear something about me knocking on my door personally, going like that. So, I see Tom Clark more on the road than I ever see him at home. So, yeah. It's fun. There was a fun one we did at the Bowling Hall of Fame this year in actually 16 bowling age. Because they have 2 lanes, 2 old school wood lanes in the museum, and they have pinpoints.
I like to have my jersey on.
Tom Clark's
got my schoolhouse rock
shirt now. And Rory was the pinpoint, and they dressed him up with the old newsboy hat, and the vest, and the knickers, and the socks, and everything. He looked really sharp. And then they had that picture on. It looks so good. Tom really? It looks so good. Tom, he actually did that picture on the social media stuff. Oh, he almost got hit by a couple of kids from DJ, bouncing out, trying to bounce stuff out. DJ had the front 7, the 7-10. And then you saw Rory kind of move out of the way because he knew what was coming. Here comes the heat. And, yeah, missed him, but yeah, it was pretty good. That was like, it's like, people ask me what it was like. It's like producing something in the back of the semi.
Store your water.
No, because it's too flammable. Yeah, so it's
Do a couple days.
Brunswick, Asperlane, for what he was in. I don't even know if there's a dedicated lane resurfacer around it anymore. I mean, I know Milwaukee bowl range used to do a lot, but I think they should put stuff on that.
Yesterday,
You got a blue deal and all that? Yeah. But yeah, but they can't use a gym floor. Absolutely. That's stuff that they can put out there.
No, thanks, bud. I will do that. When I get better.
I will let Jamie know.
World Championship points leaders.
Yeah, right. Oh, there's still a place in that I used to go league in. Yeah. The last place, the last place I bowled league in was down in Wisconsin. Still has the original wood from when it was that day's Bollinger is when it opened. So there you go. There's, I mean, that's an 30s, 40s right there. Okay. Yeah. So, look at Rick. But yeah, so they still have the original
I love it. I love it.
They're almost all across the house. You watch the ball ramp up. It's spicy because they did it with the drum sander first. So many years. And then they take it pretty good down. I worked at Gerdeman I don't like
Okay, players, your number is indeed official, plus 329, Eddie Graham. Players, here are your lane assignments. On lane 5, John Rakowski. Lane 6, Tom Doherty. Lane 7, Dan Higgins. Lane 8, Tom Adcock. Lane 11, Mika Koibuniemi. Lane 12, Tom Hess. Lane 13, Joel Fulner. And lane 14, Eddie Graham. For players finishing in 9th through 16th, their check are up here at the counter.
False start. 5 yards on Bobby Jekyll. Players are going to get 5 minutes of practice coming into the practice for this round of 8. Once we get underway, we'll introduce your 8 players to you. The advantage John Rakowski had a little earlier over Tom Doherty's closed up a bit, a little farther back in the gap. Dan Higgins, Tom Adcock for your top 4, but then it's still a battle for players to try to get in to that top 4 from 5th through 8th place. So we'll give you a nice little introduction once we get underway here for the round of 8. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on the PBA YouTube channel. Once again, this is Co-produced by PBA and 10 on the Deck Productions. I'm $2 Phil. I am 10 on the Deck Productions. And we also want to thank Bolt TV and the USB-C for providing the digital streaming rights to this event to 10 on the Deck. Enjoy practice. We'll be underway shortly.
Got about a minute, players about a minute.
Hit that part again. This is the round last show I hit it. It knocked me from second to fourth. You're funny.
Dan Higgins coming over at the end of practice like, crap, I got to hit 13 and 14 again. Well, you shot 142 on it yesterday. You shot 217 on it today when you hit it last round with 10 pins and 10 frames. I just looked at him and said, hey, you keep going up 75 pins. You got 299 on that this time around. Said I was funny. Yeah, I'm just being positive. So lanes 5 and 6, 7 and 8, 11 and 12, 13 and 14 are your pairs in play.
Recycle your pin setters in the first ball cycle. Spectators and fans, as a reminder, please turn off those cell phones, place them on silent mode. No flash photography, no flash video. Signing of autographs. Bowlers are greatly appreciated. We are in the home stretch. These 8 players will bowl 2 more games. Added to their cumulative score, the top 4 will advance to the step ladder shortly after this round is complete. Thanks again for Phil Bravo for all of his hard work putting this together on the PBA YouTube, and thanks for everyone watching. Bowlers, when your arrows come up and you have a full rack of pins, we begin your 2 games of a round of 8, 2026 PBA 50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open, presented by Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency.
Thank you, Bobby Jekyll. Appreciate all you do to keep this event running smoothly and all the PBA Central Region events running smoothly. So here you go. Your bowlers on 1st through 8th, right down the line. Murkowski, your A on lane 5 plus 590. Doherty, your lane 6 bowler double A, 516 over. Dan Higgins, your A. Harvey Higgins, your double A. He's in 3rd, plus 442. Adcock is your A at plus 438 in 4th. So a little switcheroo there. Doherty, your A on the opening pair 5 and 6, and Murkowski, your double A. So the arrows were reversed as Adcock facing down. The 4-7-10 for his opening frame. Adcock, a little bit of a cushion. Over Mika Koivuniemen and Tom Hess. We'll get down to Mika and Tom in just a moment. Once again, short little 2-game sprint here. Players' 15-game totals carry over into this round. And some players are going to have to do a short amount of time to find a lot of strikes in a row in order to make it into our top 4. Step ladder final scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern time. Now let's get you over to Mika Koivuniemen. He's your bowler A, working on the strike. Tom Hess already with a double. Koivuniemen in 5th at plus 368. Hess just 4 pins behind. But both those players more than 70 pins behind Adcock. And Mika gets his double as well. Last players we're introduced to you. 13 and 14. I don't want to say it's impossible for Eddie Graham to get there, but Eddie needs to make up 109 pins on Adcock. And Fulner is going to need to make up almost 100. Fulner plus 344, Graham plus 329. So we'll give you a little introductory peek at both of those players, and then once they make a big run, you can watch the pair feed, all 3 sets of pairs in play, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, 13 through 16, available on the PBA YouTube channel. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in this afternoon. 4 p.m. starts the step ladder. If you want to share that with your family and friends, they'll be able to watch some great PBA 50 action. Coming to you from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. 29th annual event here. Bill Lamas, our host proprietor, bowled the inaugural event when he was just turned 50, so as he jokes during the roll calls in the player paddock before each qualifying round. Yeah, you figure out how old I am. I bowled it when I turned 50. I got 29 in. Thanks again to Bill and Yogi Wamas their son-in-law, Nate. I'll tell you what, phenomenal staff here at Almar Lanes, and they treat the bowlers like royalty. Every bowler yesterday, donuts for breakfast, lunch and dinner between the squads, A and B and B and C. This morning, more donuts, sandwiches during the break after the advancers round. Bottles of water, complimentary for the bowlers. Pretty amazing. Let's get up to our top 4. Once again, they do have a bit of a cushion. Right now, Rakoski, 322 pins ahead of 5th place Mika Koivuniemen. Basically, by the time it gets to the next game, Rakoski could just sit, rest, relax, and still make the step ladder. That's just incredible. Well, maybe I had a full set rest and relax, but you get the idea. John's not going to need a lot to stay in the step ladder, and Doherty's got to make up 74 pins to even things up. There you see 3-bagger for Doherty. And Adcock stops the bleeding a little bit with a strike in the 4th. You'll see Mika creeping in right side of your screen, looking for the front 4. And 6 rattle around about 7 times. Didn't take it down. Higgins currently in 3rd. Solid block in the round of 16, 257, 217, 210, plus 84 piled on to his previous total. And Rakoski creeps high. Mika missed the 10-pin. Yikes. When you're that far back, you can't afford to be giving away an extra 11 pins on occasion. Let's get over to Mika first. He'll fire before Higgins. Mika makes them disappear. And Higgins needs to figure out that right lane. Doherty looking for the Rob Stone pork product. There you go. 4 in a row. I can't use the real term Rob Stone would use because then I have to pay him royalties, and I can't afford Rob Stone pricing. World Cup superstar that he is now. I always appreciated everything Rob Stone did when he was calling bowling on ESPN and Fox for the PBA. And even though he's not able to call bowling anymore at the time with this new outlet on the CW, who did a wonderful job in their inaugural season with the PBA, Rob Stone's memory still lives on the call. Love the Rob Stone pork product. And the 6 rattles doesn't take the 10. Check back in on Hess. It's not too many times where somebody can challenge the amount of loft that Mika Koivuniemen is using on a pattern, but right now Tom Hess doing just that. and using it quite successfully over the last several games. Let's see if Mika can get the 10 out this time. And he gets all 10 down. Apologies for being a little quiet on the call right now, as tight spaces here at Alomar lanes, and I'm right in the back of the settee area behind lanes 11 and 12, so I know my voice can carry on occasion. I don't want to throw bowlers off. So hopefully I'm still quite audible for everyone at home. Koivuniemen, 7th frame. Looking to surround that open frame with a pair of turkeys. Can't do it. 6 wraps to 10. Can Higgins solve the mystery that is lane 8? Yes, he can. 4 pins still left at the back of the lane, but he shook enough around to take the 10 down. So once again, short sprint this round. Just 2 games. They're bowling on the remnants of the Albee pattern. However, there will be a bit of a break, probably about 45 minutes, and we will end the streams this round, all the streams that are labeled elimination rounds on the PBA YouTube channel. Those will be going dark after the second game of this block, and we'll have a single feed for you for the step ladder. 4 p.m. Eastern, your scheduled start time is Higgins. Just when you figure out one lane, the bowling gods say, hey, I'm going to wrap a 10 for you on the other one. I know Tom's watching that ball all the way through the pin deck, but that carry on that can opener shot was a little bit scary. Tom had one earlier where didn't go through the deck properly, and he had a pretty ugly 7-10. Bounced back off of that, though, from that 7-10 in the 9th frame during the round of 16, finished with a 233 game by striking out in the 10th. More pork products. I don't know if it was the head pin, but something definitely got back right. Took the 10 out. Tom Adcock, the only author of a 300 game so far this weekend, and yikes. Randy Peterson just felt awakening in the force on the dark side in his recliner in Orlando. Doesn't matter where Randy is, if there's bowling being broadcast on the airwaves or internet, somebody leaves a stone 8, Randy feels it in his bones. I guarantee you. So don't look now, but these two gentlemen on 11 and 12, Koivuniemen and Hess, are creeping up on Adcock and Higgins. Mika, though, another 10 pin. Get to 235. Big game possible for Hess, 268. Adcock wasn't spectacularly happy with that release, but waves them all away. Adcock can get to 218. 227 for Higgins. So, yeah, you got to chip away a little bit if you're Koivuniemen, but Hess can do a lot of chipping away here into the advantage that Adcock and Higgins currently have, and that one goes way high for Mika. And a little puzzlement on the way back. I think in that reaction, he may have thought it was good coming out of his hand. Now the 10 goes for Higgins on the right lane. Will the 10 rear its ugly head again on the left? Higgins likes it, and you see why. Nothing left on the deck. Well, here's your chance to make the big move, Tom Hess. Punch it the rest of the way out here. Put 268 on the board, and you're guaranteed to cutting that deficit by at least 30 pins on both your players in front of you. 5 shirts. Yeah, that was a little bit better. A little, actually longer loft for Hess than that suspect carry, the 7th frame. Oh, boy, Dory could have carried that one and kept running it. He could have really started making Rakowski think about that number 1 spot. Foundation frame, nice setup by Adcock, but he's going to lose possibly 50 pins at his advantage. Tom Hess. There you go. 6 rapidly slaps the 10 off the sideboard. Hess in the 250s for sure. Yeah, Adcock could lose 70 pins of his advantage if he doesn't strike here first ball of the 10th. And he won't. And wow. And he could lose more than that. He could have Tom Hess right on his heels for that number 4 spot. If Hess strikes here, I think he's going to let Adcock know it was a good shot. There you see the fist pump. Hess looking at 268 with all you can eat on the fill ball. And oh my. Unfair. I call shenanigans. Wraps the 3 around the 7, 182. And in one game, Tom Hess is going to leapfrog Tom Adcock for the number 4 spot. That's why anything can happen in this sport. Give it a game. Things will change. That open frame by Doherty is going to really give Rakowski some breathing room about that number 1 seed. You're walking out with a guaranteed $2,500 as the 1 seed today, $5,000. Your first place prize for that regional. What a clutch game by Tom Hess. He's going to vault himself into the top 4 past Adcock. How about that? Higgins will stay firmly entrenched in the 3 spot. He'll still have about a 40-pin advantage over Hess. Obviously, the only difference between the 3 seed and the 4 seed when we get to the step ladder is lane choice. So our bowlers are switching pairs. 11 and 12 goes to 5 and 6. 13 and 14 goes to 7 and 8. 5 and 6 will go to 11 and 12. 7 and 8 will go to 13 and 14. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We're going to take a short audio intermission. Game 2 of this round of 8 coming up next. We'll start your other bowlers in first and second. Murkowski, Doherty. Doherty had a chance to really cut into Murkowski's advantage on the leaderboard, but didn't happen during this first game. However, you see Murkowski here starting with the 7-10. Tom Hess with the big move, 268 in the first game of this 2-game round of 8 block. Got himself ahead of Tom Adcock. Adcock on 13 and 14. Let's take a peek at Adcock's opening shot. We'll get you that 16-game scoring update as soon as it comes across the wire. Shouldn't take too long with only 8 players. Murkowski leader plus 596. Doherty 55 back at plus 541. Higgins Jr. plus 466. So pretty much a battle for 1-2. It's going to take a big game by Higgins and a stumble by Doherty to switch spots on the leaderboard. No, we don't have Hess's game score yet for game 16. Yeah, the standings right now, they're getting redone. There was a typo. So we'll wait until those get fixed before we give you that official update. To the pair that's going to give Dan Higgins nightmares when he gets home tonight. Opens with a spare. 142 yesterday on the pair. Kept it clean, but 6 10 pins for a 217. In the round of 16, really irritated Higgins, and you can't blame that one bit. 7 goes last, but it goes for Higgins. Up to Hess, the big battle now. Could be Hess and Adcock. Hess with his first strike of the second game. That's a little tad unusual. Let's go over to Rakoski. As he tries to keep Doherty in the rearview mirror, 3-bagger after the first frame open, doing just that. And Doherty makes it another Rob Stone pork product on the scoreboard. You see that cat creeping into your picture. This 39-foot Mike Albee pattern getting chewed up. Check in on Hess after that cover by Adcock. For the double, shove him down. Tom Hess. And extend that little bit of an advantage you do have right now over Tom Adcock. No matter what, there will be a Tom in the stepladder. Which time? We just don't know yet. Are you kidding me? Oh, the 10 went real late for Higgins, but my goodness. That one had him holding his breath for a second. Turkey for Hess as he tries to secure his spot in the stepladder. Check in on Rakoski and Doherty. Doherty front 5 as he's trying to cut into his deficit to Rakoski, but Rakoski, a 3-bagger there after the first frame open, still has Doherty well back in the rearview mirror. Yikes. Don't look away, ladies and gentlemen. Don't lock in Rakoski on the top of that stepladder with Penn. As Doherty now with a chance, and he stood up right away. Rakoski only got 1. Doherty going to take a re-rack, compose himself a little bit. Technically, the 25-second rule is in effect at every level of competition as the forearm shiver on the 10-pin by Adcock takes it down. Obviously, rarely called and used at the regional level or during qualifying at a national tour event, but it is there. I mean, if a player wanted to call another player on the clock, 25 seconds from when the last ball comes up the ball return to when they need to start their approach. They can get called out. But Doherty doing the smart thing, just taking the re-rack and posing himself anyway. There you go, front 6. Down to Hess. Looking to extend the string to 4 in a row. There you go. And Tom Adcock really has his work cut out for him to try to get back into the top 4. Adcock responds. Over to Doherty, looking for a continuation of the string of strikes. Trying to extend it to a sassy 7th. Yeah, he's letting Rakoski know he's right on his tail. Hess, make it 5 in a row. Higgins looking for his first double of the game. Gets it done. How can Rakoski respond here in the 7th frame? Responds with a strike. This could be Higgins' first turkey in 3 years on this pair of lanes. Oh, geez. Wow. I'm sorry I said anything. 479. All right, now we've got our round of 8 update complete. We'll give that to you after Higgins makes his attempt here. 479 gets 2. We'll fire first Doherty or Hess. Looks like Doherty. Doherty was 56 pins behind Rakoski getting into this game. And he can surge into the lead. Rakoski plus 596, Doherty plus 540. Dan Higgins plus 458 has Hess in his rearview mirror. Now plus 432. Will the messenger get there? Yes, it does. Enjoy the moment, Tom Doherty, but you got more work to do if you want to make sure you're the 1 seed. And Hess just keeps knocking 10 pins out with the 6 pin like he's playing whack-a-mole. And Adcock, don't say die on Adcock. Now with 3 in a row. Doherty taking a moment. On the front 8, looking for a nasty 9th frame. There he is, into your screen. There he goes, 10 down. And it's looking like after Rakoski dominating all day long, Doherty's making a big charge here in the round of 8. Take over that number 1 seed. And Hess, too many pins behind Doherty and Rakoski to make a difference. But definitely trying to lock Adcock out. Only 12 pins the advantage for Hess, so Hess can't afford to stumble in the 10th frame. Rakoski can get to 234, but it might not be enough. To keep the 1 seed. Higgins gets them all to go after the open. But it's looking like either Adcock or Hess, possibly both, could pass him up here. Let's keep that in the back of our minds. First ball of the 10th for Rakowski, looking to get to 234. Wow, another 7-10 on that lane. Just did it in the 6th frame. And now, yeah, it doesn't matter. Doherty's your 1 seed. $200 on the head, the maximum here if Rakowski gets 1. I mean, if he gets the miracle and gets them both, sure, 210, but it doesn't matter. Got a little pop there. But that leaves Rakowski at plus 596. While we were away, Higgins did double, so this one coming down to the end. Higgins 38 pins on the advantage to Adcock. Problem is right now, max for Higgins 235, max for Adcock 269. Adcock keeps striking, nothing Higgins can do here. And that gives Higgins a little bit of breathing room. Well, there's your man. Who's going to be your number 1 seed. Can he do it while throwing perfection? There's number 10. And he knows it right there. That's more than enough to have Doherty your 1 seed. Rakowski your 2 seed. Covered by Adcock. 248 now the maximum. He can't shut Higgins out of the stepladder. Doherty's just going to take his time. You can't blame him right now. What has he got to prove? You're the 1 seed. Take your time. Wave the other bowlers on. He knows these guys are battling for a stepladder spot. That's some sportsmanship right there by Tom Doherty. And the foundation frame for Adcock. First ball of the 10th for Hess. Looking to get to 279. There you go. That should lock Shaw's into the stepladder for Tom Hess. Whether he's 3 or 4 seed, yet to be determined. Most likely 3 seed. For the excellent 11th. Come on, ball. Oh, look at that darn thing wiggle. Great run, though, by Doherty. He's your 1 seed for the stepladder. Only has to win 1 game to take down the $5,000 first place prize. And Higgins likes it, and you see why. Boy, that 10-pin slid about halfway across the deck. Dead upright. So Doherty your 1, Rakowski your 2. Hess can't backdoor the 10-pin. So he'll be at 268 with a conversion. That would put him at an even 500. Doherty's 289 puts him at 629 for the 1 seed. So if Hess is at 500, yeah, he's locked in. It's now a battle between Higgins and Adcock, and Higgins had a 38-pin advantage coming in, so a strike here by Higgins. He'll survive 13 and 14. And now he's got to pick this up. $214. Adcock can get to 248. Yeah, that's only a 34-pin difference, and Higgins is up by 38. If Higgins picks this up. There you go. Keep it on the lane, Dan Higgins. You're going to be your number 4 seed in the stepladder. 214 would put him at 472. Yeah, Adcock with 248 can only get to 468. So fully unofficial. Tom Doherty, your 1 seed. John Rakowski, your 2 seed. Tom Hess, your 3 seed. Dan Higgins, your 4 seed. If Higgins strikes here, he will be at plus 472. So Doherty unofficially plus 629. Rakoski plus 596. Hess plus 500. Dan Higgins plus 472. So great effort this weekend by Tom Adcock. Going to end up in the number 5 position. And we're going to end the feeds after the last ball's thrown. We encourage everyone to stand by, as I'm going to guess it's going to be closer to 4. I'm going to call it right now. Probably 4:15 for the step ladder. If we go about 45 minutes between now, we got a re-oil. Let them sit. So let's go with 4:15. We're going to change that start time for you here. And we'll make it a 4:15 step ladder start time, because we do have to reapply a fresh application of the Mike Albee pattern. There we go. We've got you updated. And we'll be on our championship pair leans 9 and 10. Thanks, everybody that's tuned in. And we're going to have one heck of an exciting step ladder for you at 4:15. Once again, your top 4. Tom Doherty is your 1 seed. John Rakoski, your 2 seed. Tom Hess, your 3 seed. And Dan Higgins Jr. is your 4 seed. So Higgins looking for a little redemption from last year when he made the step ladder and ended up finishing 3rd. He's going to have a tough, tough battle to climb it all the way up with the quality. Boy, they're all damn good in this step ladder. Looking forward to it at 4:15, everybody. Thanks for joining us.